Hello and welcome to the VCS English Analyst Desk as we're stepping into the now third game of our summer playoffs. Qualification for Worlds on the line, life inside playoffs on the line for our two teams today to try to continue on and figure out whether or not they're going to have a chance to represent VCS at the Worlds tournament. But here, they're just fighting to make sure they remain in the tournament. My name is Bo5. I'll be hosting for the desk today alongside me, Clockwork and Recollect. Gents, how are we doing on a day like today? Are you excited to see potentially our first knocked out team of playoffs?
Yes and no. Yes, because this is going to be a great series, and no, because I am aware that Secret is on a bit of thin ice, and as they are number one fan, I'm starting to sweat.
And for good reason, right? This is definitely going to be a closely contested series, in my opinion. I think it's one where both these teams, they've got very differing, in my opinion, strengths and weaknesses. So we'll have to see which comes out on top this time around.
And it's been a split for these two teams for a number of reasons. I think before we start to approach that, I want to take a little bit of a wider shot. I'm also going to give you two a chance to flex your muscles as analysts because I have a cool question, which is I know we did end of season voting recently for MVPs, for positionals, for rookie of the split, that type of thing, right? And so I need to know what your boldest take of the season was. What role did you give number one to? What player did you give MVP to? I gotta know what the spiciest take is. I know we have Clockwork on the desk, but I recollect I want you to try to match him as best as possible. So whether it's MVP, top ADC, rookie of the year, whatever it was, give me your bold take in that regard. We'll start with Clockwork here.
Okay, top position, maybe that's where I will start because I think actually AD carries was a huge improvement. We've always in the VCS considered jungle as basically the breeding pool of all new talent, whereas like Levi, BJ, and all these great junglers come up. But the AD carry position was really impressive from the top, like Style and Shogun performing massively, to resurging players like, for example, Celebrity that had a great split, or even the rookie ones like Uzi that came in from nowhere and massively showed up. I think this position was a pleasure to watch despite the meta across the split and across the year being quite narrow on the Zeri Severe or the Jinx of Helios. Still, we've had great moments and great performances by AD carries this split.
As far as I'm concerned, it's a little bit difficult for me to really say much about the split as a whole. I've sort of come in at times, so I've missed the majority of the games in terms of so it's very hard for me to give a full take on the full rosters. I think the one thing I can say, less about individuals and more about the region as a whole, is that the play has gotten cleaner. It still has that fast tempo that the VCS is known for having, but the level of macro is a little bit better, and I think that the execution is a lot better on the fights themselves. That's actually where the exception comes into play, because these two teams, they're the exceptions to the rule, because the macro for one team and the individual mechanics for the other have been lacking in their last series.
All right. Well, it's not the spicy takes that I wanted, but I guess I'll give you guys a break because it was a more difficult question since we're not even quite to the end of the split yet. But let's jump past that and let's get into the playoff race as we have a playoff bracket so you can see what's been going on so far. Because as of last week, what we saw was a commanding 3-0 victory by Saigon Buffalo over Team Secret. I think, not something that everybody expected given the way that those two teams kind of performed during the course of the regular season. And it was a slightly more contested, but still a decent victory, 3-1 by GAM over SE Esports, who was their selection after GAM had taken the number one seed during the regular season. So let me ask this, because we've had two playoff series so far. I guess I'll just ask, who's been your favorite player over the course of the split from Team Secret and from SB?
Okay, starting for Team Secret, their last series was a bit of a tragedy, and I'm not gonna go light on them, even if they are my favorite team in the VCS. It was very worrying, especially because not only it showed that they were really unprepared to tackle either the patch or their specific opponent in Saigon Buffalo, but also players that have been very solid through the split suddenly had massive and woeful mistakes during all games. And the only one that was up to par compared to his performance during the split was Artifact, which, by the way, is also like one of my candidates for MVP in the split because he was so impressive and such a cornerstone of every Team Secret victory. But even then, in that series, he didn't fall too low, but he didn't match either his peaks, his highs, and his carry performances in the side lanes, in the team fight. So I have to pick Artifact if I'm going an overview of Team Secret, but still I want to see better from him.
As far as sort of the flip side goes, for the side of SBTC, it was the issues they had were less individualistic, so it's much harder to pick a particular MVP from that series. It was more macro errors, more about not being willing to contest objectives on good timings, more about setting up vision and prepping plays. It felt more like this team was more willing to take a back seat, should we say, in the series, and just sort of chill out and wait things out. And obviously, it's not really gonna fly against a lot of these teams. So if I had to pick an individual myself, it would probably be either Celebrity or Dia1. In this particular match that's coming up, I'd say that Dia1 is going to have to perform a lot better. As of sort of the last series, I would give it up to Celebrity, who was fairly consistent, shall we say, across all 4 of the games.
So then I guess let's jump right into the teams, because SPTC, as you were mentioning, had, I would say they had a much better series than we were expecting against GAM, because I mean, they went 3-1, and there's an argument to be made that they should have gone 2-2 into a best of 5, where they ended up in game 5 potentially contesting GAM for the number 1 spot instead of falling to the wayside. But that third game had such a crazy ending. So what are your thoughts on SE? Because obviously they kind of walked out of last split with a little bit of a slow start. They had to beat Team Secret in the final week in order to get in, and then they did that only to contest GAM in a lot more hotly contested way as possible. Do you think that they've done enough to prove that they will beat Team Secret today specifically, so they can continue for a run for Worlds?
I think for me personally, I would say that, yeah, I think coming into this, looking at the way that both these teams played out their last series, it's very hard for me to say that SE isn't the favourites. I think it's much more likely, given the fact that the errors they had were less mechanical. I think that in the last series, Eddie from Team Secret looked pretty rough. I won't say much more on that, because I'm sure there's somewhere to dive later on. And I think stylistically, the members that are powerful here for the title of Team Secret don't match up that well into SE. I think that Dia1 has, as I said, if they can step up, could potentially look to contain Artifact. And if you do that, I wonder what Team Secret will be able to do. I definitely feel as though SE, whilst they did have those macro errors, if you can shore up a couple of those, maybe not give away that Herald and not get anything in response, this team individualistically, they have the potential to definitely win this series in a convincing fashion.
I agree with Recollect's opinion. We'll delve more into the gameplay as the games go, but I want to add some bit of historical context, because we have this running joke in the VCS, which is the circle of suck for SPTC. They always start with great performances in the beginning of the split, and then as the time goes on, they kind of drop their quality, some drama happens, and eventually they barely miss playoff. But this time, they broke the circle, and they managed to slip into playoffs in what we believed was a bit of a lucky strike over Team Wales. So every one of us was assuming that their performance was going to be like all the more disappointing coming into playoff against high teams like GAM. And instead, they performed quite well, actually, managing to take a game off GAM and resurging and managing to take off. To take on an opponent that even Saigon Buffalo struggled to deal with. So in this context, SBDC is absolutely overperforming compared to my expectation, and I'm glad to see if they manage to reach finals or worlds, or every next step for them is absolutely a success.
And now, I guess we get to the fun part of this broadcast, where I get to unleash Clockwork and his opinions about Team Secret, because last week Team Secret played bad. Not like they got beat, not like they got snuck up on. They were bad against Saigon Buffalo in very, very significant fashion. And we had no idea where that came from, where they got 3-0'd basically with relative ease. It was almost like a speed run coming through from Saigon in the first 2 games alone. The third game was a little more contested. So what happened to Team Secret? Because since the final week of play, they lost to GAM, then they lost to SE, 2 playoff contenders, and now they've lost to Saigon. So they have lost within the last 2 weeks against every single one of their playoff opponents. Why? What's going on with them?
Right, Rebel. I also want to point out that they're 0-7. These 7 losses in a streak in a row, and that's so impressive considering how well they performed during the rest of the split. It seems like I already mentioned before, we're talking about Artifact, but all his teammates are dropping the ball in different areas. Hero has been unimpressive and inconsistent. Penguin, especially we have seen in the series against Buffalo, he was very unimpactful in the early game. He had no idea how to react to PNJ's plans, follow him in the jungle, or even to impact his own lanes. Penguin could not keep up in any of that. Recollect also mentioned already that Eddie was a gaping hole in the map and got a whole new face
from, that's right.
Yeah, from Shogun. He literally got facelifted in that series. And Shuhao, one of my favorite supports in the league, still had some very questionable moments of overextension, of just being caught out and not performing to the level we expect from him. So all this adds to some sort of inability to understand, to prioritize what are the power picks, how to trade them in drafts. That has hurt them the first 2 games of the series. And if it happens again SBTC today as well, there's no way back. So it's all mentally, all the mental they need to keep in check and make sure they don't tilt before the series even begins.
So, off topic quickly. As the Team Secret guy, would that make Artifact the VCS equivalent of Bjorksen and 4 wards, going off of the way that Team Secret's been playing recently then?
Yes.
You solo killed me on desk, mate.
That's right. There you are. VCS Bjorksen, sorted for you.
Right. VCS Bjorksen with 4 wards. They need more step up. I think that's absolutely guaranteed. And we did see these 2 teams kind of play one against each other again within the last couple weeks. And it felt really weird because that series was like we had all this stake like thrown into this one series because we had this looming 3-team tie coming into the end of the season. We kind of wanted to see Wales or even Cerberus for that fact, because both of them were surging at the end of the season, potentially make a run for playoffs, only for Team Secret to fall flat and give SE the final playoff spot in the last game of the season, which unexpected by all of us. We all wanted the 3-way tie so we could try to get a playoff push, right? So I guess what are goals for these teams? Like if you are from a couple thousand feet up, you have the ability to kind of pick out what you specifically want to see from these 2 teams inside of the series. Let's say from the SE side, Recollect, and Team Secret, Clockwork. We'll start with you, Recollect. What do you want them to be doing? Well, like after the series, if they've won, what will you have seen from these 2 teams?
So the first thing for SE is get any kind of lead, because going off of the games that have we saw sort of in the last matchup for Team Secret, they cannot play from behind to save their lives. If there's a gold lead of more than like 4k, the game is just done because they just snowball it themselves in a counterproductive sort of manner. If you can get any early advantage against this team, it's going to snowball horribly. You combine that with the fact their bot side is incoherent, you got yourself an easy winning condition right there.
Clockwork, quick, because we are starting draft soon. So what do you want to see from Team Secret?
Right. Win would be the boring answer. I want to see adaptation. I want to see how they deal with Eddie being hindrance, or with Penguin being passive and unimpactful. This all starts from drafts, so I want to see adaptation, because if they want to face Buffalo again, they need adaptation.
And now we get to step into the bottom bracket of VCS Summer Playoffs. SE and Team Secret fighting for their tournament life, fighting for the chance to qualify for the World Tournament. We step into draft with game number 1 in this best-of-5 matchup between these 2 teams, of which I hate SE's name because they are SBTC in my brain, but I know that we have to call them SE because that is their actual nomer. So we'll make sure to keep that in touch as much as possible. As Wukong and Talia take it away from Team Secret, I think it makes some sense, just making sure to bring that down, as it's SE's bot lane that is getting removed just as fast as possible. The Draven and Kalista early late game ADCs, Team Secret, not wanting to get any bullied at all during the course of this one, is just going to have to lose those champions outright.
Yeah, I guess this is sort of leading into that condition we talked about of sort of protecting Eddie in this one, right? Being able to make sure that you don't have to deal with those aggressive lane matchups that we did see struggle last time out. We did see that Draven, remember? In fact, lost both sides of the Callista. So this is the case of, we're not going to target your strengths. We're going to make sure our weaknesses are as shored up as possible. Remember, that leaves the one power AD carry open, the Zeri. What are they going to go towards now?
My opinion is that there's two junglers that are being very strong at the moment in the Vi and the Pantheon, and now Team Secret has bids in this. I still liked what SC did, that basically they allowed themselves the possibility of doing a trade. We're seeing a hover from Artifact for this Azir, which I expect this pick to be a very contested pick all over this series, because both Artifact and Dia1 are highly proficient on the champion, and also is a powerful late game insurance, which for sure Team Secret, but also SC would be very would like a lot to put their hands on. So I like this start from Secret. However, no junglers kind of lets me a bit frustrated again.
So the interesting thing here as well is that with these AD carry pivots, we're looking at the Zeri, Lulu, and Lucian Nami lanes likely coming into fruition here. So now with this Vi pick, you create a weird dynamic where do you get the Lulu? No, you play the Vi and the Ahri to pair into the Azir. That way you have that chase potential to one-shot him in those early stages. Also great into the Lucian. Same idea as what we have with the Ezreal Assassination combo. So only issue is you are giving that Lulu or potentially getting it taken away via the bans phase. So interesting adaptation here for SC. They're playing towards a sort of team fighting dive comp. I wonder how they're going to facilitate that in the next couple picks.
Look, I am a Nami fan. Always have been, always will be. However, this Lucian Nami from Team Secret, not only I don't like it, but I already know that it has failed against SE. That was last week. They experimented with this bot lane and it fell flat tragically. On top of that, now you forsake the Vi. How are you going to lock up the Zeri? This is already shaping up to be quite a tough game for Team Secret, actually. If for their bot lane.
See,
yeah,
the only thing. Oh, go ahead.
No, go. It's fine.
All right. I'm just going to say, I'll pop in real quick. I actually think that the one bit of prep that I've really enjoyed from the side of Team Secret so far is the fact that Dia1 has been an amazing Azir player for the majority of the split. Taking that one away, putting it on Artifact, I think is a big takeaway from SE, making sure Dia1's kind of removed from the game more.
The only other thing that interests me with that Nautilus ban, by the way, is the fact that there are two typical international supports that we pair with the Zeri, right? It's the Lulu and the Yuumi. These are the ones we typically get to see. Both of you're going to have to leave one of those open, and if you were to ban both, you still have things like Renata. So I feel like banning out support pool now is a little bit awkward. I mean, yes, you are pivoting and forcing maybe an engaged sort of top laner now to come about, and you can play sort of hero into the Emperor's tankier top side. But Hero 2 had a really rough game 1 in their last series. I'm not sure how much I want to put faith in your sort of side lane carry condition later on, especially when you have this Azir, this Lucian, this Nami, which is built for team fighting. It feels a little bit contrived, shall we say, from the side of Team Secret. They're trying to pivot in a really awkward way now, and this Xin Zhao is going to sort of act as their early game transition to help match the vibe, but it feels a little bit janky now, especially with other options available. I wonder whether or not we're going to see some stylistic differences between the compositional components here from Team Secret.
Meanwhile, Team Secret decided, of course, to keep the counter pick for their top laner Hero, and we will see SC is now a new face in the top lane. Emperor, we have seen most of the split playing carry champions like the Gwen, like the Camille, like all the Akali, even all these flashy high damage champions. But as of the last few matches, he played a lot of Ornn, and so SC decided to go for the safe option, putting the tank and adding, doubling down on this initiation of the Vi. And then, of course, as Recollect pointed out, there's plenty of enchanters for Palette to pick from. So this SE draft is shaping up to be standard, but not bad at all.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you do sort of force yourself into a corner now, so you kind of have to play this carry Aatrox, which we have seen people play into the Ornn. Could have gone to Renection as well. I worry about red side's engage potential. They do luckily have slightly more range to work with, so they don't have to pull the trigger as well. But their disengage isn't amazing. I wonder how Team Secret are going to pilot this one in order to not get essentially wombo combo to death. It will be a bit of a challenge, I think.
Now that we've had an opportunity to see both teams completed, I don't know. I'm leaning one specific direction, but I guess I'll give it to both of you because you're the analyst, and I'm not going to touch into that avenue unless absolutely necessary. Who's doing well in this draft so far, and who do you favor for game number 1 at this point?
So for me, it really depends on the way that the early game plays out. I think that I would rather play the Vi Ahri in the mid jungle 2v2, which I think really is going to impact the way that this early game plays out. For that reason, I will go with SE. I think that their scaling is slightly more consistent. Having said that, though, Lucian Nami does have incredible mid to late game potential as well. The issue is, I don't see Xin Zhao snowballing hard enough, and if you don't do that, I think you have a couple of problems.
I can echo that. I want to see Penguin focus the bot lane to try to set it ahead as much as possible, but at the same time you expect that at level 3 there's going to be a Vi in the mid lane attacking artifact, so Penguin already has too many places to be. It's going to be a really tough early game for Team Secret. My pick goes to SC for this one.
Okay, both my analysts going towards SE, despite the clear Team Secret bias that we could have had on this analyst desk very easily. The performances last week combined with this early draft has given a lot of credence over to the Super Big Time Chickens. I know one of the fans of the Super Big Time Chickens is on our casting desk today, so let's throw it over to Carrix and Yoe as they kick off game number 1.
Which one? That's my question. As we do head onto the rift your way, and finally they let us actually take a game, and it's a big one as these teams need to win if they want to stay in the hunt for a spot at Worlds.
Indeed. It's the safety net is gone. Both of these teams have lost already. It's a huge best of 3 of best of 5s in the playoffs for every single team. If you win 2, you're in. If you lose 2, you're out. And both of these teams come in on a loss, on a pretty devastating loss from either side, especially Secret though. So it's now or never. It's the last chance for them to make even just the push for Worlds. They still have to beat one of the other teams, which is not looking very likely. But if you win today, maybe you can come into a rhythm and I mean, Gam looked a little bit shaky, potentially. You could try next Friday again. But yeah, this is the first step. This is where we have to start, and either of these teams, a first game, in my opinion, is super important because they're coming from devastating losses. They're coming from a series where they looked defeated from start to finish, and finding that first victory today, getting that little bit of momentum could really go a long way to qualify them back into the World's contention.
Yeah, and I mean, we are looking at this top lane, a little bit of a biff, but I don't think a huge amount is going to happen Aatrox versus, or not particularly early on at least. The two players I want to talk about are the mid laners, because Dia1 and Artifact, these are two names that you associate with winning, you associate with success. They've never won. Neither of them have won the VCS. And I feel like both of them need to check that box off their list before they're happy with their careers.
Yeah, and both have lost in very different ways. Both have been very good regular season players. Dia1, when he came in after his initial EVOS split, when he really grew up to be the star of the league, the solo kill master before Enpers took that spot over. So he might have a little bit of early action. Enper, he's getting very low.
He is, but Aatrox has already used that Q. DNK flashing forward, will go in with the Vault Breaker. Can't deal enough damage though, so in the end, just a flash trade and Hero forced to back and TP.
And now look at the other side. How can Penguin retaliate? Already invading the enemy red buff, so that's a nice little prize for Penguin. We haven't seen Xin Zhao. Oh, this is a big trade. Zuhao should be able to go away though. That's one summoner expended from Palat. Of course, we have one more on this lane because it's Yuumi, so should be alright. But a little bit trigger finger happy there.
I feel like this is actually pretty big. That summoner being down makes this dive almost impossible to navigate. Penguin heals a bit off the Krugs, but yeah, they read it like a book. They back right off. It'll just be plates going over to the Lucian.
This is a huge growth already in the first few minutes of the series for Celebrity and Palette, because they've had some really good laning phases against GAM. They were actually the better laning duo in almost all of those games, got multiple 2v2 kills, but even after getting 2v2 kills, they got killed over and over and over again by ganks that were pretty easy to predict, honestly, with the jungler very obviously being on that side of the map. So they've already invested some time to rectify those mistakes. Their laning has always been decent, they just need to stop dying, and that's a very promising start for the side of Celebrity.
Very much is. They do manage to survive, as you said, bounce back. They need to be careful, though, as this Lucian Nami lane will still do a hell of a lot of damage. Oh no, a bubble landing onto the Yuumi, but no follow-up. All of Eddie's spells had already been used, but they are now taken very low. This Zeri Yuumi will be on the back foot for a long time. Oh my word, the flash forward and first blood for Eddie!
No, I just praised him. No, Celebrity, don't do it like that. Very nicely done from Eddie, and what a comeback from them as well, because I talked a little bit about Celebrity and Palette, but the other side was a horror show. 3 games in a row for Eddie and Zuhao. They got stomped to the ground by Shogun on Kalista, then they tried the Kalista, they got stomped as well. So getting an early 2v2 kill must be so reassuring for Eddie and Zuhao on this early laning phase. And yeah, this is just Celebrity not reading the illusion poke correctly. This is what Lucian Army can do. They bring a lot of slow and follow-up with a lot of early bursts. So we haven't actually seen the Lucian Army pop up this early on in the game, but that was originally what they were supposed to do. We have seen a little bit of a change in Lucian Army where it's more mid-game focused, but obviously if you get an early kill, that's only going to be better for you.
Oh yeah, very, very true. As now both junglers are on the top side. It looks like DNK wants to have a crack at Hero and help Enpa out, but I don't think that's going to be possible, not with where the health bars are and where Penguin is positioned.
There is a spell book, so they might have the Ignite ready. They would really like to have this gank at level 6 for Enpa, because then the combo potential is really high. Enpa, well, they got the flash from Hero, right? So it makes sense to gank again, but honestly, Enpa's just taking too much punishment. This is too risky and too easy to counter gank. SE could lose the game here if they overextend.
DNK still hanging around. Oh no, they're going to go a second or so early, so Penguin cancels the recall. There is a double knock-up, but now he reveals himself, but it's too late, as the Aatrox has already fallen and Penguin is getting shipped back to the ice sheet. Taken down low. Can they finish him off? One more hit under tower. The Vault Breaker will do it, as DNK gets one for himself and SE fire on back.
And Penguin outplays himself. He was ready for the counter gank, but he stood right in line behind his Aatrox, so he gets knocked up as well. He's too slow to react to the engage, and I talked about Enpa hitting level 6, because that's when you really have the big combo potential for the On. They wait patiently. DNK actually gave so much to wait there, but they get such a huge prize. 2 kills now over to the Vi after investing in early flash, and we have seen some of the Vi's power in some of the other leagues, but even here, it's now the 4th game of DNK Vi in this playoffs. He has really favored this champion, and some of his performances looked pretty rough against GAM, but it seems like they really trust him to be better and better every single game, and here we see it again. It's really unfortunate because the counter gank positioning is nice. They actually have a level advantage on the jungler, but they are level 6 against level 5 in the top lane department, and they just insta-burst him down. No chance for Aatrox to get away, and then Penguin to the that's really just the icing of the cake for SPTC. They're able to chase down the enemy jungler and get his flash. So now Penguin, with this early game jungler, no early action. He got 1 invade off, but everything else was thwarted, and now he's even deprived of his flash.
Yeah, speaking of DNK, I think we can bring his champion pool up on screen if we have that, which I think we do. Yue, what have you thought of this jungler so far? Obviously a little bit rough up against Garm in their last series, but overall he's had a very good split.
So yeah, DNK is a little bit of an enigma. We've always been very split in our opinions on DNK, basically day form dependent, right? Because he showed us some of his Viego games where he completely popped off. Some mechanics looked amazing, resplendent, and then he played some engaged champions and did nothing. And we're like, what is happening? So we've always kind of gotten away and read DNK as this jungler that is best when he's second in, when he plays champions that can wait.
Dive Brewing
he has
as a
big
bubble
fight.
landed. Celebrity dodging the wave, though, will put paid to it.
Yeah, there was no way that was resulting in kills. So back to the DNK point to just finish it up quickly. We always thought, okay, he's a very good jungler in terms of mechanics, in terms of pathing. He knows what to do, but he doesn't have that engage sense. He's not Levi, he's not BJ or Killer Queen in terms of engage ability and reading the game. So this Vi is actually kind of counterintuitive, right? Because she's very engage focused, but she's also very easy to make engages work. So maybe they're trying to band-aid this engage problem and giving him such an easy champion to engage with. It hasn't worked so far, really. 1 win, 1 loss against Garment. He looked rough in game 1, but it's definitely a good start here in game number 1 against Team Secret.
Speaking of good starts, Eddie's got 4 plates under his belt. That bot lane tower is nearly dead. And this is a bot lane that we've had, honestly, nothing but criticism for recently in Team Secret. We have had a lot of criticism, I think still valid for Eddie. But so far, this game, he's having a fantastic performance.
A lot invested, a lot of time from Team Secret also to prop them up, which against Zeri and with Illusion on your side kind of makes sense, but Zeri, of course, will still scale. She's pretty far behind. Oh, good dodge here. Now DNK's here.
Yeah, DNK's here. He's level 6 as well. He gets in range. Assault and Battery straight onto the Lucian. Eddie goes down. Shuho will follow. 2 kills for the Zeri of Celebrity.
You can't curse him like that. We have another fight in the top lane.
ADCs. We have ults being burned. Oh no, Hero Flash is too far. That's ugly. I think he kills him if he knocks him up there.
That's where you're on in this play. You're like
going in the cringe compilation. But DNK is going to the death chamber.
Nicely done from Team Secret side. This time they actually catch him out back on the rotation. He was walking too aggressively. DR1 constantly shoved on the tower. For people who watched LCK, this was also the situation with Chovy against Faker and Azir against Ahri. Chovy just completely shutting Faker on the Ahri out of the game. It seems to be the same here from Alpha Artifact. The Azir is another interesting little pick. We might have to talk about more later in the series, but let's take a look at this bot lane play. It's just the wrong time to fight for Team Secret. They see the jungler, they know it's doomed. He flashes away, but he can't get far enough away. And both kills go over to Zeri too. It's a complete disaster. Everything undone they invested early on in the game. And do really have to do this to Hero? Poor little Hero.
Oh.
No.
You know what I think happened? I actually know what happened there, and I can almost forgive him. Ornn leant forward, and he does that animation for both his W and his E. So Hero thought it was the E, because he leans forward and then dashes, or he leans forward as he's doing his Molten Breath. And I think he saw Ornn's shoulders go forward and was like, I have to flash. And he just called the wrong spell.
Yeah, a little bit hyphy maybe, a little bit twitchy, because it's a very important game for him, and they are on a big losing streak. He wants to be the top laner to make the difference. The Aatrox against Ornn matchup is something we've seen a lot of, especially in the VCS. So many Aatrox picks now. I mean, we do have some Aatrox aficionados in Hasmet and Kiaya, and usually the best teams do shape the meta in a league, so it makes sense for it to be very present here. And it's not like the game is in an irrecoverable state for the Aatrox, right? Definitely getting outscaled in the late game, and overall Team Secret's team composition, even though they are known as the better team fighting team, they lack the range to really deal with Zeri, Yuumi, and especially Ornn later on. They only have the Azir to rely on, so I think that's not quite enough. But they still have so much time to make it work. The game's not over 10 minutes if you're getting outscaled, quote-unquote, in the late game, because the late game is still very far away.
It's very true, but unfortunately, speaking of scaling, Celebrity is about to get a huge injection of gold. Picked up 3 plates already. Shelly will come in and get the last 2. It is a little bit shared, but that just doesn't matter. Up on the top side, 3 members have gone after Enpud. Lands a double knockup, dodges the wave, but there is still going to be too much damage. It's the last bit of the culling. Can Eddie find the last shots? He absolutely can, even though Zhuhao will take the kill away. So gold to both ADCs.
That's a lot of time, though, they needed to get this dive done. Oh, Penguin has the smite. That was super important. Wow! He just obliterated DR1.
Oh yeah.
Do you want even the
Zin-
flash, but no ultimate ready and just got one
Oh,
shot?
and
Why are you here?
Why
You
are
don't
you
know.
this far up, hero? This seems like a horrible mistake. One more shot will do it, and Celebrity gets another kill donated over.
Hero is showing his nerves in this game. He was such a stable member of the team for such a long time. So Enper doesn't get the E on the double knock-up. I feel like he should have tried to E into the wall there to try and extend the CC. I don't think he really has a chance to survive, but might have been able to get a counter kill. In the end, it's only a kill to the support, so that's actually more than decent. He played it as best as he could, but look at this one shot from Penguin. He's so confident too. Doesn't even have red buff. Oh,
Yeah.
that was cool. Yeah, nicely done from Penguin. So he stacked 2 Q stacks on the crab, and then surprised DR1 with the instant knockup. And DR1 was not ready for that. He could have flashed away from him, but he landed the charm and the Q and thought, okay, he's low enough, I can probably do this, even without ultimate. Then Penguin now, and on the hunt again.
DNK does manage to smite away the dragon and get over the wall with that flash. So that is an objective going over to SE. And your way, we have a very, very fast and action-packed game in front of us. A bit of a return to form for the VCS. But it is currently Team Secret leading.
So the thing is, both of these semi-finals, or quarterfinals I should say, were very different in combined kills per minute. We had Team Secret against Saigon Buffalo hitting 1.01 combined kills per minute in comparison to SPTC against GAM, who only had 0.81. So a huge difference of almost 0.2 in combined kills per minute. And you could definitely see that in the games as well. SPTC against GAM was very slow in the early game. Almost nothing ever happened. Both teams very reluctant to go for fights. Secret against Buffalo. Now, it's kind of hard to read into Secret's intentions because they got stomped so hard that they kind of just rolled over, right? So you can't really know if Team Secret wanted to play this quickly, but looking at this game, it's definitely more on the Saigon Buffalo Secret scale of things. So maybe Secret with a little bit of an advantage there, being more familiar to this kind of pace. It's a huge fight around the second Herald, though.
Yeah, it is brewing. I don't think SE are going to be able to get close enough. They just have to watch this one go down. Can they find a fight on the way out? DR1 has flash, needs to land a charm, but Penguin, he's got the fancy feet. And now with those spells down, it's Team Secret that want to look for something. The Orn Horn is blowed. Yeah, ping-ponging priority. Penguin caught out. Crescent Guard blocks all the damage, though, and Enper will be the one to go down.
What are we fighting for, SPTC? Why are we even trying to fight this? The objective is down. They didn't try to cross-map. This is one of the problems of SPTC. They overgroup in the mid-game, and they are reluctant to fight and still overgroup. A very bad combination for a team that wants to fight in the mid-game. You should either just take the fight or go for something on the other side of the map. Now they're losing the plot here, but we have a decent...
Eddie has gone down. DNK answered back. Artifact going gold. They've got the Sun Disc to hide under as well. So this one's good for Team Secret. They should be able to hold this. Celebrity takes so much damage from those soldiers. Oh, no, I don't like this teleport. It should be okay. Emperor arriving with a full health bar will ward off any other plays. But my word, your way, I think the brains are beginning to snap.
And Secret finds the first huge advantage in this series. Remember, we are playing for staying alive in the whole season. Whoever loses today is out and goes on a long, long vacation. No one wants to do that. They want to go to Worlds. They want to at least challenge Worlds. And this is just SPTC losing their minds a little bit. There's no need to go for this defense. They could just stay under tower. There's no threat to the tower either. I think they saw an opportunity with Celebrity being relatively strong, but he's not quite late game Zeri yet. And even though he gets a lot of damage done, if he has 2 more items, he probably gets the pentakill there. So losing sight of maybe the pace of the game, it's still only 1.5 items for the Zeri, and now they are facing a 4k gold deficit and a super accelerated artifact. The MVP of our community, at least for this season, and he is looking in MVP form, finally in playoffs.
It's true, but as a wise man once told me, Artifact is still a finals absentee. So he needs to continue this form throughout the rest of this game, and of course into the next, and then into another best of 5, if he wants to break that curse.
Luckily, we were not playing for finals today, and he has
true.
made worlds. He's actually one of the 2 players today that have made worlds, and both of them are on the side of Team Secret. So they're Celebrity, of course, as well. My bad. And Palette too. So I'm lying to you.
Just wrong.
That's my bad. There's 2
each.
players each. But yes, Artifact has made worlds, but without making finals, which was a little bit of a quirk of the 2019 Worlds qualification setup, where the lower bracket final actually took place after finals. So they got to wait for the finals loser and then beat Flash to make it to Worlds. So he has never made a VCS final, but he has made it to Worlds, and that could be. That's not possible this year, so he actually has to break his curse, and this is the first step today. 2-0, 2 items completed. The Zonies is something I absolutely hate to see on Azir, but it doesn't matter, it's still a second item. He has a lot of damage under his belt. Not the traditional Azir build we've seen a lot.
Eddie
should
trying to get something done, but is stymied by Palette's ult. This should be a tower being picked up for Team Secret.
And SPTC has kind of lost the sauce. What are they doing? They're in top lane right now, trying to counterplay the dragon spawning, but way too early, and Team Secret call their bluff. They've always been very good at taking towers quickly from the enemy team when they overstep or misposition, and that's exactly what's happening here. Team Secret just going tower for tower. The dragon's on the map, but I mean, there's no need to take the dragon right now. You can go tower into dragon, and Secret barely makes it out, or SPDC barely makes it out with just 1 tower lost. But now there's so much map control and the free dragon over to Secret, so they're in firm control of this game. Lucian Army is on their power point. Aatrox is in the strongest point of the game, even though his build is a question mark to me, as a lot of the builds for Team Secret are. But they are playing in their strongest position right now, and they should really accelerate the game here and not wait for the Zeri, Yubi, and all.
Catch on to Juhao. They're going to put that fish down pretty quickly. It's the charm land. Juhao flashing away, can't get the wave off. Eddie wants to avenge his support, and Hero spreads the wings, leads them on in. DNK over the wall. Good knock up there by Enper to stimmy them for now. Gets pulled back, but he has a very full health bar, so that will just be 1 free kill for SE.
It's another teleport into the mid lane for Enper, which this time kind of saved his teammate, so I'll allow it. He's level 12. He should go into the side lane to collect some levels. The next dragon spawns in 4 minutes, so if he doesn't get to level 13 or 14, I will flame him, because that is the biggest thing, the biggest problem with the VCS Ons not named Kiaya, that they overgroup in the mid game when there's no need to do it. There's free experience on the side lane, and you are a champion that relies on experience. The most important stat on is experience, so please just make your way to this Aatrox in the bot lane, have a little bit of a date with the Aatrox over there, and just get to level 14, accelerate your team into a position where you can actually fight for the next dragon, because that's coming up in 4 minutes, and it's gonna be one of the crucial points of the game, one of the deciding moments. Lucian Army is not gonna get stronger afterwards, Zeri Yumi is, so if SPDC is able to somehow steal away that dragon number 4 and equalize the dragon score, suddenly the game state looks much better for them.
You're very, very much correct. And I kind of want to talk about this Ornn that is currently grouped with this team. I know that's hurting you. What do you think about Enper's pivot? Clockwork alluded to it on Desk. Pivot away from the carry champions. He's just been playing a lot of Ornn as we go to a Sepia Rift, so we have plenty of time to talk about it. He went from someone that got 44 solo kills in a split, which is the record by a lot, from a Worlds qualifying region. And now he's playing Ornn. What do you think about this change? How do you think it affects SA?
It's very hard to read for me. So I think there are 2 reasons for it, if I had to conjecture. One reason is that his individual performance, especially in players, though they started the Ornn trend a little bit before players, but if you look back to game 1 of players, he went for his counter pick Flash Riven, right? Flash Ignite Riven, I should say. Flash is natural. The Ignite is the interesting part. So he went for his super comfort pocket pick Riven and was supposed to smash Kiai, and he did nothing. He had a subdued performance. He just stood in lane, fell 30 CS behind, didn't find anything the whole game on this Riven, and just looked pretty bad on the carry champion. So one of the reasons I think is Enper might just be having a little bit of a slump. The other reason is SPDC as a team, as they are grouping in mid lane, as they always do. It's an VN rem. Uh-oh.
Enter's very caught out here. Flashes, but still gets pulled back. Has to blow the horn just to
Engage.
try and escape. They'll try and get something done, but it's not going to happen as Dia1 on the side, unable to find anything.
That's actually good. Oh, Dia1 still has one. They should be able to disengage. Artifact's tower is buying so much space for Secret, they can overextend into enemy territory easily, because it's not enemy territory anymore. It's Azir's, what's the word for? Empire, that's the word, right. So Azir can now go easily over to the Baron, and they have Azir, Lucian, Nami with a pretty high DPS jungler as well, so this is going down quickly. SPTC should be able to see this.
No Ornn ultimate. Dia1 caught, flashing away. He just falls for nothing. Celebrity pops that Zeri ultimate. Needs to be able to do something. Goes over the wall, going aggressive. They try and go in on Eddie, but Stopwatch is going to buy time. Penguin splitting them apart. They will take down DNK. It's now a 3v5 as Artifact lands the shuffle, scoops them into the team, and they gobble themselves up a lovely meal of fried chicken.
It's a 5-0 ace, and Artifact is the first of the two MVPs, or former MVPs, to step up to the plate today. Both were under a lot of criticism, under a lot of scrutiny after the Series 1 and quarterfinals, but Artifact, on his Azir, he has found another champion where he's able to do it all. Carry in DPS department and also in playmaking. Dia1 on the other side, he's the polar opposite in this fight, gets caught on the side, has no ultimate, just insta-dies, and Celebrity is trying his best, but we haven't seen Jin Zhao in a while. This is what Jin Zhao can do, just stand in the face of the ADC and annoy them because they can't hit him. And then he has to overextend, which enables Azir to get the shuffle onto the Zeri. The slippery ADC is shut down, and now this game looks almost over for Team Secret. They secure the Baron, the Dragon is coming up in a minute, but more importantly, they're so far ahead now.
Yeah, that one feels like a bit of a nail in a coffin your way. And boy, oh boy, am I glad to see Artifact back on form. This is a player we've been so excited about all split. In fact, even last split, we were super excited about him. And he's having this carry performance. He's one of the mid laners, one of the few mid laners that are left in our playoffs that will just pick Azir. This is a stat that we've talked about as Dia1 a little bit caught, Ornhorn blown. They're trying to find Eddie, but he's just too slippery with a dash and a Gale Force. The Vi ultimate's going to go in. They will just about manage to kill him, but look what they've used to do it, as now the rest of Team Secret will reinforce. Emperor's the target. The soldiers are out. They take him down. Zhuhao getting that kill, and now it's Celebrity with the world on his shoulders as Dia1's got about 100 health. He goes down. Celebrity, can you live up to your namesake? No. He gets shut down. The paparazzi's here, and bang, they've caught him in a scandal.
Just no damage. The damage is not enough for SPTC, but Team Secret, what they're going to do, the Dragon is for free. They don't really need to focus on the Dragon. They can just go into the lanes and push for inhibitors. They still have the Baron buff underneath their belts. Oh, the hero might have overstepped, but those two can't kill him. I don't think so. He's very tanky.
They should be able to clear the wave, though. Oh, not with the
Artifact's
rest
arriving,
of
I'm not
his
sure.
coming. Hero moving forward. This is what the Divine Sundering build does as well, is makes him immortal as he's just healing. And Artifact will pick up another 2 kills, moves up to 6-0-5.
It's an absolute statement performance from Artifact. Yes, he
7-0-7. I counted wrong.
Yeah. He and his team got wrecked against SGB, but it was only the first series, and they had a puffer. They had a little bit of a safety net with the first series in Players B. You are able to lose once, so if you can come back here and put in a much better performance, the rematch against SGB is possible, or even Gum. Let's look at this engage again. They almost shut down the engage on Eddie, and 2 people focus on him to get him down. They kill the enemy ADC, but the problem is the main threat is actually Artifact in terms of damage, and even Penguin is dealing so much mid-game damage with the Nami. Nami is actually more than happy to just shift her focus on a different carry, and Penguin, with the Nami slows, with all the Nami speed up, is able to chase down even a Zeri. So, yes, you killed Lucian, but who cares? Lucian was honestly just there to carry the Nami buffs, so now they shift their attention over to Jin Zhao. It's one of the big changes for Secret, 4 new champions to break their 7-game losing streak, and it's working so well.
DNK will actually go down as Eddie finds him with the culling. Ooh, boy, oh boy. Team Secret are looking absolutely in their element. They are 12,000 gold ahead your way. Penguin just moving forward. Can use the Crescent Guard if he needs to. Doesn't even have to burn it, as Enpot, caught by the Infernal Chains, will just W to immune it. And Team Secret continue the relentless onslaught down the lanes. Once again, the horn is blown merely to kill minions.
We see some of the struggles with the SPDC's composition. It's very much, Zeri, please carry us. We are providing you with the frontline in CC, but you need to provide the damage, which is lacking at this point in the game. Later on, give her 10 more minutes, she might be able to do it, especially with a Yumi on top of her. But at this point, she's just not there. She just finished IE, so this might be the breaking point. If we had another chance, it's gonna be upgraded shield bow, plus IE, so she's actually now in a pretty decent position. There's a lot of armor in the enemy team, but still, it's Yumi Zeri with a lot of frontline, so there's a slim chance. Unfortunately, mid lane is not really providing any damage. Jungle is only there to engage, so it's all on Celebrity's shoulders. He has done it before, can he do it again?
It's a good question, your ways. Once again, the Sun Disk is up. Azir's Empire extending further and further, and it's Artifact's Empire all over the map right now as he pushes in the top lane. Incredibly strong and incredibly hard to deal with, because normally you'd say, oh, in a mobile carry against a Vi, well, that's fine, just ult him. Yeah, but you ult him and then he just presses R and Vi's off him. What are you even meant to do? Well, this is going to be an attempt, as you said, he has Zhonya's Penguin coming in, splitting apart the team. They immediately take down DNK. Celebrity has to be the next target. He gets away, trying to heal back up. Penguin a little bit low now. They have to be careful. Eddie moving forward, rips out the culling, unable to find the kill, but it's Hero coming in off the turnbuckle as he finds them from the flank. Takes down one, moving in onto Celebrity. Won't kill him, but will force him out as Team Secret begin to do demolitions on SE's base.
What a performance from Secret, so assertive, so aggressive to close out this game. They've learned from their punishment received by SGB. But SGB did this to Secret, and now Secret is doing it to SPTC. Secret's stats are abysmal for players so far. They're down minus 5,000 at 15 minutes. It's insane. I thought they were done for in this playoffs after watching their series back. They looked
and a catch. They set the trap, and the bait's taken. DNK will fall. That's going to be Baron.
Yeah, but what a recovery. Now game one looks to be in the books. There's also the Soul coming up in 1 minute. Tier 1 just gifts away another kill, and Celebrity and Palette, they might try. I mean, honestly, it doesn't really matter whatever they do. There's not a high chance of it succeeding. I would like to see them actually step up and try everything to go towards that Soul, because against Gum in one of the games in the last game, they just let the Soul go almost for free, and I really hated to see that. The chance to win this game from this position is, I don't know, something like 2%, 3%, but if you give up Soul for free, it's not going to get higher. So the Soul fight might be almost unwinnable. And not really feasible either, but you kind of just have to do it. Just throw for it, just run at Soul and get a few kills. Maybe someone oversteps, maybe Eddie without his flash, Artifact without his flash, finally makes a mistake and you get a free kill or two to go from there. I mean, but not contesting this Infernal Soul is not the way to go.
It's that or maybe Elder win condition. They're both pretty dire, of course. And it looks like they're going to go for the Elder win condition. They're going to look for a pick over onto Hero. They should be able to get him. This Aatrox can't really do anything against all five. That is some gold back to Enpa, but Infernal Soul secured. That's the thing that really matters, as Team Secret have gotten even stronger. And Tier 1, I don't even know if he can clear this wave.
Ooh, that was kind of risky for Artifact, but look at his damage. He has gone a very interesting Azir build. This is an old kind of Azir build, much more pokey, much more bursty as well. Not so much on auto-attack based, like we've seen a lot, but look at him now. He is so strong. 550 AP without Rabadons. If he builds Rabadons, he gets to 900.
Yeah. It's quite ridiculous as a wave will go through. Just a bit of a zoning ultimate there from Zhuhao. But the siege on the Nexus is here in full force. Penguin dives onto the backline, immediately separates all of Team Secret. They collapse onto him, but the base explodes around them. The buildings are falling. The health bars are dropping. And it's Team Secret bouncing back from a huge loss streak to move themselves up 1-0 against SE, as they will pick up a few kills to pad the KDA. A triple kill for Artifact. Oh my word. What a performance out of this Azir.
I'm having a deja vu from watching Secret against SGB because this is almost a complete run back from that series. 31 minutes in the first game, absolute domination for one side. That happened to Secret, but they were on the receiving end. They picked up so much, and I didn't think it was possible for them to recover so quickly. They looked completely beaten, but their bot lane stepped up huge. They came up with 4 new picks, so they changed their strategy coming into the series. I think that's a very important part here. Didn't go back to their SGB loss in terms of strategy. They just try to change it up in top and bot side while having Artifact reliably on this Azir, and suddenly this team looks revitalized. This is the Secret we tried to talk about in the regular season. We wanted to see in the players as a full contender for a world spot, not just this 3rd or 4th best team.
And with that, we will go to a short break before we have game 2 of this playoffs series. Remember, the loser is out of Worlds contention. The winner continues their journey. Don't go anywhere. VCS English will be back in just about 5 minutes.
Welcome back to the VCS English Analyst Desk as we get out of game number 1, where Team Secret decided to finally wake up after a first week in playoffs where it seemed like they were asleep at the wheel with their monitors off, their little brothers playing, and they finally, brought it to SE in game number 1. Welcome back, gents. I need to collect some opinions about what happened in that game because Team Secret, once again, came back. SE kind of fell short of the expectations that we had walking into this. What happened? What did Team Secret do differently, at least in your minds, as of this one, Clockwork?
Okay, so Recollect said before that against SGB, Secret was Artifact and 4 wards, but this game it looked Artifact and 4 warriors actually. You know, Space Jam, when everyone is like just a little gremlin, and then they become huge and massive and smash everyone. That's Team Secret today. They came in to play, and I really liked, especially what we said about Eddie and the bot lane. They managed to grab themselves an advantage, like a solo kill, lots of plays. Penguin also, we said he wasn't really impactful. He still managed to pull ahead by focusing on farming his camps instead of following DNK around. So everything came up well. I also want to praise Hero. He had great flanks in all the fights during mid game, during late game. So everything is clicking together for Secret, and this is how they played during the regular season and how we all expected them to play in playoffs too.
Recollect thoughts on Team Secret's dominance over SE? Anything about SE?
So I think the thing for SE is that we need to discuss a little bit about the game plan with the champions they have, right? When you pick the Ahri plus Vi combo, the whole point is that you go mid at 6, you make it so that the enemy mid laner cannot play the game in any way, shape, or form, because they just get one shot by base damages and you snowball from that. The issue is, in my mind, is one, the other lanes sort of snowballed out of control in isolation, thanks to what was the most surprising bot gap I think I've ever experienced in my life, as Eddie sort of just discovered his keyboard and mouse. And on the flip side, Celebrity kind of just died once or twice in the bot, which is a bit strange. And you combine that with the fact that they never actually went for this mid jungle play that they sort of drafted around. It causes the game to sort of snowball in a negative way, and it wasn't great. It really wasn't that great.
It was a struggle. I actually thought both junglers had decent games. Like you said, maybe the game plan wasn't there for the combination of DNK with DL1 inside of this series because it was clear DNK wasn't there. But kick off the game, DNK played pretty well, had a couple of nice ganks to start in the top side and the bottom lane to help salvage a little bit of something. But they just couldn't get the fire started, I think, necessary to really make it work. And so walking into game number 2, I guess I'll try to get some effects of what does SE need to change from both of you. But I also want to make a really quick mention, and I think it's worth both of you two also talking about for a second, that Artifact, he was our key player last week that did not, the whole team didn't perform. Artifact was the only one showing any semblance of life last week, playing like an MVP in this series. So I asked you two for your bold takes. This is not one of my bold takes, but I had Artifact as the MVP for the split, and I think absolutely necessarily. But what do you want to see from SBTC this game? How do they change their composition? How do they change their style in order to challenge this Team Secret who is actually on form now?
So
what am
after you. No, after you. No.
Yes, fight. Yes, my analyst.
The regular goes first.
Okay. So as we go into draft, I really want to highlight that we all want to see a mud fight, right? And what better way to see that other than Emperor on a carry? That was the signature, the play style that SBTC found success on. So, okay, Ornn might work for some strategies like safe pick and so on, but give me the bricks, give me the fists. Go all in, pick the Akali, pick the Camille, the Gwen, go some carries on the top lane and completely reverse the approach that Team Secret need to have to this game.
Just give me DL1 off Ahri because there was nothing charming about that performance. That's about where I'm at with that one. Anyway, moving.
I'm never gonna argue with that.
I thought the play was good.
There you are. That's my whole take. Just don't make me see DL1 Ahri. And if you are going to make me see DL1 Ahri, at least make sure that we don't see that Azir because that was horrible. And given the fact that you do have a first pick, maybe you pivot around that, have some sort of either the first pick that Azir or take it with some other counter prepared, because it was not exactly the look last time.
Yeah, I do wonder if Team Secret had the plan for the Zeri ready, because they're very clear that that was going to be the case.
Okay. Stark.
In a bold move, Team Secret has played Stark in all 5 roles.
That is the only
That's a
way.
flex right there. That's a flex on multiple levels.
What in the world? Yeah, that's right, VETV. Fix your mistake. We all saw it. You get caught in 4K, buds. That's fine. I don't think anything insane happened inside of this draft that we weren't anticipating. Which ADC got left? I think it was Sivir, right? Like, they left the Sivir up because in the last one they banned it in the first phase alongside Draven and Kalista. They let the Zeri through, obviously. Okay, yeah, no more Starks, unfortunately. That's a tragedy. But yeah, again, the Sivir was left up as a result of this early banning phase and the Azir getting taken off the board from Team Secret.
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, as you say,
I love you. I love your recollect.
Anyway, as you say, the Sivir was the first pick. We got ourselves the Zeri, obviously still open with Ayumi. So potentially we might see the reverse salty run back here, as Team Secret themselves now potentially going to secure that power duo, which obviously creates a lot of dynamic options. You don't have that Lucian Nami with your Sivir first pick. Usually, what we see in other regions is Nautilus comes through and you just play to annoy Yumi at level 1. But this is the VCS, so we know that no one plays Nautilus. We play Alistar instead.
Huh? People play Nautilus all the time here. What are you talking about?
Oh,
We also play Leona sometimes, right?
oh,
That's true,
fantastic!
yeah.
Banging. I'm looking forward to it then.
There is a correct
Specifically-
champion choice here, and I want to hear what your guys' opinion on what that should be, so I can grade you.
Rumble support.
Mm-mm.
That would be wild. We have no Otaki in this series, but specifically about the supports with lockdown, that's something that SE really needs in their roster at the moment, because Zeri needs to be locked down. So either in the jungle again with the Vi should be open. I cannot see the stream, so I'm just speculating,
Yeah, it looks like
or
it's
in
frozen.
support position.
So go through Twitch chat, the Twitch pod. We currently have the Sejuani picked up, and the Nautilus is the support of choice.
Okay, right. A lot of lockdown that SE is going for, and I like it because you need to pin the Zeri down at some point. But we also seen that just unreliable crowd control like skill shots from Sejuani are hard to hit when your target is moving at 400 miles per hour. Nautilus, point and click, just settled.
All right. So now we get a couple of interesting things because we get the Trundle counterpick into Sejuani. I was going to postulate that Poppy should be taken, not necessarily as a jungler or a support, but it is very good into Yumi, and it's a good jungler in general that DNK has played. So I was like, okay, that's got to be the obvious pick, but they don't go for that. Now the question for both of you is, do we get Halo Blade Sejuani? Because you can't do Aftershock anymore, because if you press Aftershock with those bonus stats and Trundle presses R, you are at -8 Kirchillion armor and magic resist after that gets drained away and you lose all those flat stats, and Trundle becomes an absolute beef lord for a couple of seconds. So what is the plan here? I guess Sejuani, is it going to be jungle Sejuani, top Sejuani? What do we see? It's good lockdown for Zeri, obviously, but where do we see this going?
So the problem here is that one, Enpa hasn't played at this split. I don't think has played the Sejuani top at all. So if you do elect to go top, it's potentially some matchup unfamiliarity there. The other issue though is that if you keep it jungle, is you're now forced into double melee solo laners, because otherwise you're not getting that much value in fights from Sejuani's Frost, right? Unless you want Nautilus to apply it, in which case something's gone wrong. So it's a bit of a difficult one. I would prefer to see it in the top lane if you have a Trundle counter prepared. Obviously, Trundle can also be pivoted into top though, so don't be surprised if he follows you. If you do that though, you have to think about what junglers are actually open. We're looking at along the lines of Wukong, of the things like this Viego, things like obviously the Poppy as you mentioned. So it's a little bit of an awkward one. However, if we do, that would be spicy. If we saw something like that though, Poppy just comes through and you want to cry, so that's not going to happen.
Personally, I would really hate to see Sejuani anywhere. Like, I don't want to see Emperor on Sejuani, but at the same time, I really don't want to see a game where SE pass on the Vi, they pass on the Pantheon. There are so many better junglers than Sejuani at the moment that just feels like picking some budget jungler for no real reason. So, and the Ari Lissandra, I literally woke up today hyped about seeing another Ari Lissandra matchup. and I really miss my pillow at the moment.
It's good.
Go
Sorry.
ahead. No, you go.
I was just going to say, if you wanted to do something spicy, you could have gone like Yone here. Like, it's been played by DL1 before. You have Sejuani jungle, the pairing is decent. From there, you can you have isolation winning, and you also win as you scale later. So I don't know, maybe that could have been an option. Obviously, Renekton likely can come through here in the top lane. The idea is that the only top lane up is Ornn, and you don't really want to play Ornn into Renekton, because Gnar took a few nerfs, and Renekton is pretty fine with that matchup now. It used to be a horrible matchup, but it's better than it used to be. And he kind of just destroys everyone else that's currently up, so it's kind of just fine. Which is the reason why I'm seeing this blinded, unless you want to pivot into something random.
Okay.
The round of counter pick for Hero again. I mean, don't fix what's not broken, and the Aatrox was very successful in game 1. A bit of a harder matchup into the Renekton, but Hero feels confident and goes for that. Both teams have some interesting drafts coming in. I'm just gonna ask SE, where damage?
So what they've done is they've just gone, our comp kind of sucks, so we're just going to play off of Renekton W with Sejuani E, and hopefully that wins us the game. The thing is that whilst that is a point of contention, the other team has Ahri, so it's kind of like, which one do I hate more? It's an interesting set.
Okay, so the really exciting thing about these two drafts is that we might get to 60 minutes, and everyone is a 6,000 HP tank truck, just hoping that the enemy don't deal enough damage to them. So this is the real fun part about this game.
When I'm looking at least the side of SE, it seems to me like Celebrity, who currently is the reigning pentakill leader of the world, is literally set up to do exactly that in a game like this. I don't know what your guys' opinions are, but let's get predictions for this second game. Do we see this going to a 2-0, or do we tie score after this one?
I would say that Trundle has insane value this game, and I think it's very, very hard for Celebrity to do all of the damage alone, so I'm going to say, I think Team Secret wins this game, so it's 2-0.
Eddie claps the bot lane once more to everyone's disbelief. Team Secret 2-0.
All right, we get...
I've never thought I'd hear the
support?
words. Yeah, bro, I never thought I'd hear the day where I saw Eddie claps the bot lane, but here we are. We do in fact live in a society.
I didn't think that was possible from anybody except for Milky, but Clockwork has apparently eaten British breakfast beans on toast today. As we're going to jump into game number 2 here with Carrix and Yolwei once again taking on the broadcast.
Ooh, I could go for some beans on toast. Honestly, that's the one thing I wouldn't give them any stick for. But into the game we go, as was said. And Yolwei, I have to echo some of the sentiments from the desk. Vosharden.
I really disagree with that. Hello, Renekton? Sejuani deals a decent amount of damage too, and Lissandra is no slouch in team fights. I don't really see where the damage issue is. No. I think they're fine in the damage department.
I think it's hard to deliver the Renekton damage in the after the mid game. Obviously in the early game and the mid game it's fine.
I know it's cool right now to only look at drafts and say, oh, is it scaling in the late game? Can a team fight in the late game? Oh, no. Oh, it's not a good draft. But I actually really like the proactivity in SPDC's draft. I love Renekton-Sejuani combo because, remember, Sejuani gives her stacks to Renekton. And remember, Renekton has a very easy way to stun the target. So you can double stun so easily. It's an insane lockdown on the double stun and even triple stun if you have Sejuani ultimate on top of that. That's a Yuumi isolated, but they don't have the damage to chase her down in time.
The boomerang blade had already been used.
Yeah, so they have really good dive. They have very tanky frontline. Okay, there's a Trundle, fair. So Sejuani is not going to be as tanky, but still a lot of playmaking, a lot of engage. Plus Sivir ult, plus Nautilus, even though I hate Nautilus. In this composition, I kind of see what they're trying to do. They have so many angles, so many flanks they can plan for, and the Sivir to just prop them all up. I actually really like this proactive draft. Now, you do have to do something with it. It's not a draft that's going to win on its own, right? This is almost always kind of the base of the argument for those late game drafts, because if you mess up this early game draft, then it's gonna fall apart. But there's so much you can play for, and this is exactly what SGB would do against Team Secret. So I feel like the SPTC is trying to emulate what SGB found against this same opponent and try to replicate a little bit of the success.
And I think one thing we want to, I'd like to get your opinion on is that oftentimes in a series, we see that what happens in game 2 sets the tone for the rest of the series. It doesn't really matter who wins. It's when that in-series meta really begins to form, it's game 2 and onwards. So let's say SE comes out on top. Obviously, the game's dead even at the moment. I'm not saying that. But let's say they come out on top with this draft. How do you think that changes the permutations of this series?
It's gonna make a lot of things much more interesting in the next draft. So I'm really hoping we're going to see that, because Aatrox is then a question mark again. It seems like Aatrox just slam Aatrox into your draft and you're fine right now in the VCS. If Aatrox loses here, maybe to a few top lane ganks, as set up right now, triple movement from SPTC. A little bit too much push from Enper. I would have liked him to try to freeze the lane a little bit more, because Aatrox naturally pushes. He needs to use his Qs to trade and will hit the minions, so it should be easy to put him into a dangerous position. A little bit
but they want to let Enper roam. They're trying to force Penguin out of the game.
Yeah.
Moving in, there's a knock up, the slice, the dice. They can't land the Ruthless Predator though.
Oh, that's
Penguin with a lovely smite.
Oh, that's so bad for DNK. Yeah, he lost a lot of tempo here. But honestly, both junglers are a little bit behind now, because both of them just facing off against each other in the jungle, which is fine for those two champions. They're not the Lilias, the Fiddlesticks, the Karthuses of the game that need every single CS optimized to really get full potential. Both of these champions function on less income too, so it's fine. I'm still a little bit disappointed, because Renekton and Sejuani in the early game against Aatrox, to me, just screams early top ganks, because it's so easy to stack the stuns. And sure, you can do it level 6, but yeah, Enper could just manage the wave a little bit differently, to have Hero in a constant state of overextension into Lissandra roams, into Sejuani, instead of whatever he's doing right now here, because he's even in CS, he's not even getting anything from this lane state. So yeah, Enper might have to think about this again. There's still some time, but first opportunity missed in these 5 minutes of the game.
And I just want to point something out that really plays into something you were talking about earlier. The whole, this is a draft, you have to do something from SA. And one thing that really shows it is that Celebrity didn't opt into the cull. This Zeri Sivir, we always just see them both start cull, they just chill out, they don't really do anything in the early game. He didn't. He started with a longsword, first back, he gets a Noon Quiver. That is screaming to me that SA wants that dragon.
Yeah, Noon Quiver just gives perma push, right? Because you get extra damage on the minions. You already have the W bounce, so that should be a very easy way for the bot lane to just push out constantly, give prior over the bot side. I still think the draft is mostly aimed towards top side, but SPTC kind of failing so far to make their presence known. Enper wants to hit level 6, and then you can flash W on top of Hero and probably get the easy kill if Sejuani's there. So let's look at the level. There it is, level 6, and Hero is aware. This is good from Hero. Stepping back as soon as he sees the threat of level 6 from Enper. Also warded this entrance, so very nice, calm play from Hero, playing it safe against this threatening composition on the top side.
Dia1 also moved up the river, so knew that there was potential for a collapse as Artifact locked in that Lissandra W, gets charmed, but immediately cleanses and ults away. Lands his own charm onto Dia1. Of course, I meant ulted, not charmed. Gets locked up. But in the end, it's just a few summoner spells being traded back and forth.
There's a big trade in bot lane, but they can't really chase into it because no level 6. So we do trade Ult Fold, and I think that favors Dia1, because if you look at the cooldown right now for the two mid laners, it looks like there will be a little bit of an offset in cooldown between Dia1 and Artifact. And from last game, from Dia1's performance, contrarily, we know Ahri without ultimate is barely even a champion, so there's now a very tiny window, maybe something like 40 seconds, for SPTC to really make this ultimate difference count. We have Dia1 on Spellbook 2, he might change to something like a teleport into top lane to make it even more surprising, but I think they should really try to make use of this ultimate advantage now for the side of Dia1. It's halfway off cooldown, so about 1 more minute till we really have to judge if they can find a play.
Another reset coming in here for Celebrity. I was kind of expecting them to try and do something with Dragon, but I don't think they knew where Penguin was, so maybe it was a little bit too risky for them. Has now a pickaxe, and with 8 minutes just about coming up, Dragon becomes deprioritized, and I think these teams are going to look towards a Herald.
We already see a lot of pings on the Herald, some vision pointed out from the side of SPTC too. Let's take a quick look at the levels. No, Palette is not level 6, Zuhao is not level 6 either, and he's going bot, so it seems like Team Secret is happy to give up this first Herald on the top side. They are a little bit late to the Dragon, so SPTC might actually make a push towards Dragon as well to contest that objective.
I think they absolutely do. The new Dragons take a long time to kill. I think if they want the Dragon, they have to fight for it.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you just talked about a minute earlier. Celebrity foregoing the early or the early cull to go towards Noonquiver as quickly as possible to have constant bot push, and this actually now yielded a tempo reset with the already advantageous mid and jungle setup, as Penguin is here for some reason. Forces
He's
the
flashing over the wall, really aggressive. Eddie coming in with the parkour will get first blood out of nowhere.
That's a really nice play from Penguin, completely subverting expectations out of nowhere, just in the enemy jungle, chasing down Palette, and of course, that terrain, that extra terrain makes it really hard to spider Nort away. Just nowhere to navigate for Palette. They get the kill onto Eddie, of all people as well, who has already started with the call, as you pointed out, so he's accelerated beyond belief, and this also gives priority on the Dragon. We have both ults in the mid lane available too, so they didn't make any use of that ultimate cooldown difference. Yeah, and
it's tragedy as well. The real tragedy there is Celebrity was taking the Krug camps. Palette flashes and he immediately turns looking for a Spider Nort, but there's a Krugling in front of him.
Yep. Just too many things right next to him. There's nowhere for him to go. He might, in hindsight, he probably should have flashed the other way, tried to get to his mid lane and maybe Spider Nort towards top side. Towards the on. Interestingly enough, DNK and SBTC still get the first Dragon, so I would like to see a replay of what actually happened in terms of map positioning with Secret. They had such a huge advantage in bot lane, pushed Celebrity away from the tower even, could have just ran to the Dragon and got that objective. Instead, now giving up both of the early objectives to SPTC, and this is very reminiscent to Game 2 of SPTC against GAM, which SPTC played very slowly, got all the early objectives in, and won against GAM rather comfortably.
Yeah, I think what happened there, based on what I saw just before we went to the replay, unfortunately it was a fairly poorly timed replay. Sejuani was coming off the reset, Trundle didn't have ult, and Sejuani was a reset ahead, so I think they just couldn't take the fight. They would have just kind of been out-walleted, out-statted, which evidently led them to back off, but obviously we don't know for sure. As back into game we go. This is a very minor point, but DL1 goes Tenacity Boots first.
Yeah, against the Charm, against Trundle Pillar, I guess. So this dive should be really easy. You have Ignite, you have Ultimate from DL1. This is, you have so much lockdown. It should be very easy to get this one.
It should be, but Hero's making it as hard as he can. Emperor takes another tower shot, but DL1 with the E will go over and throw a bit of ice at him to finish them off. Penguin
might have the chase, honestly. DL1 is
an artifact coming in, ults over the wall, joins the play, gets stunned up for a moment, doesn't quite land the Orb of Deception, but will land the Charm to get himself a kill.
It just took too long for SPTC to execute this dive cleanly, and very good counter roam, but now this opens up the bot lane, and DNK is already in place. They do have the Herald, so this could be first tower in... So a little bit of a play on both sides of the meta. SPTC coming out ahead in the grand scheme of things. Okay, it's not going to be the full tower, but you can reinvest some resources to get it later on. It's still 240 gold into Celebrity's pocket, offsetting the early kill from Eddie, so he should still be in a good spot here.
He absolutely is, as he has already completed that Kraken Slayer. Eddie very close to the Immortal Shield bow, but of course not quite there. I'd also argue that Kraken Slayer is a bigger one-item spike than Immortal Shield bow is. But yeah, let's have a look at this one, because honestly, it's Hero buying time that sets up the rest of the play.
Yeah. Not entirely sure. I think Dia1 should have probably tried to ult him on the other side of the tower, so it would have been easier for Enper to get in range. So it just took Enper such a long time, basically the whole duration of Dia1's ultimate, to get to his target, and that was not supposed to be the case. They were supposed to just burst him down instantly with Ignite, shutting down any kind of healing coming from hero. They still get the kill, it's still a 1-for-1, so it's alright, and they actually drew the pressure away from bot lane, so it is a winning play. Just a little bit of misexecution, but SPDC sitting pretty in this game, honestly. One Dragon and an accelerated ADC, so they are in a decent spot. They still need to... they can't relent in this game with their composition. What?
Aggression coming out from Penguin as they use that Yuumi ult. Doesn't
There's
go
a lot of
very
people
well,
coming,
though.
though.
An Artifact is here. Lands the charm to start it off on the priority target of DNK out of the two. Eddie moving forward. Should be a free kill for the Zeri. Artifact will actually be the one to pick it up. Prowling
Yeah,
projectile doesn't find Celebrity, but Paulette can't quite land the anchor. Celebrity goes down. Artifact under the tower. Goes gold. Can he find that last bit of damage as they come out? No. And gets stunned up under the
It's a
tower.
kill.
But he lived because of the Yuumi. It's Zhuhao being the absolute MVP of this play.
Yuumi and Redbuff give him that tiny bit of health to actually survive that tower shot.
That
He has
was almost-
no
I
right.
need a replay with his health bar. That had
He
me
had
single
no
digits.
right to live. That is insane, and that's such a good little punish from Team Secret. SPTC once again overchase, a little bit of oversight on how many people could come there, and Celebrity. He got rid of these mistakes in game 1, but he did this a lot against the Gum series so it's not too surprising to see him overstepping in his own lane.
Very
chased down
strange
Penguin.
from Penguin.
Yeah, the Penguin engage is it's just mistimed. The sync is a little bit out of sync with Artifact's roam. It's still, if you look at the health bar, it's still a winning play. So you sacrifice his life just to enable this play. And the second Palette misses the hook, the play is doomed. They needed to burst Eddie, but with the hook missing, he's completely out of the picture. Sivir dies. And now look at Artifact. He has red buff and Yuumi heal. Oh, and the health potion as well. That was really on a knife's edge. If I've ever seen something be on a knife's edge, that was definitely it.
Knife, that was, what's thinner than a knife? Bit of cheese wire. DNK dashing over the wall, goes towards Eddie. Paulette is there as backup, so they will just back off. And I want to point something out that, yes, Penguin's engage was a little bit scuffed, but I do think it's interesting because that was a Trundle with a Yuumi on top of them. You can't spell shield anything those champions do as Sivir in terms of their CC. You can't spell shield the pillar, and you can spell shield one tick of Final Chapter, which doesn't help.
Hey,
But
big play
we have
coming
to
up.
come back into it as Hero has come up from the mid lane. Artifact is here showing us how to play Ahri, as he will pick himself up another one. And Yue, this is just a tale of two mid laners.
Yep, night and day performance, absolutely. We saw the Ahri last game, it was horrific, it did nothing, it just inted away, kill after kill after kill, got caught, got solo killed by the enemy jungler, and this Ahri is everything but that. She's so strong. Being in the side lane quicker than the Lissandra is already a feat for Ahri to have accomplished, and she's just in every single play, and yeah, the Artifact does not want to miss another Worlds. He does not want to be eliminated. He does not want to be called a finals absentee once more. He has another shot, and we don't know. They haven't played Gum. After looking at these series and how Gum struggled with SPTC, maybe it's just SGB and Team Secret who are the two best teams.
Yue, that's a bold call. That is a bold statement, my friend. But who knows? It could be, as it definitely looks like that side of the bracket may have been the stronger side. But honestly, this man on your screen, as we said, he's the MVP. He won the production MVP and the community MVP, and it wasn't close on either front.
Yeah, and in points as well, which is the least hindsight possible, because when
meant
you
by
vote
production
at the end
MVP.
of the split, yeah, that is always a little bit of a hindsight bias coming in, and they're actually on a downturn, but he still won, so yeah, really nothing is taking away anything from Artifact. maybe apart from his quarterfinal performance, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't MVP worthy, I'd say. So today, he needed to step up, and step up he did in those 2 games. But here's an engagement.
Penguin caught out. They throw everything and the kitchen sink, and he just walks on away. Didn't even flash.
Just trudging away on the trundle. He gets free stats all the time, and now he can just heal for free at those wolves. So, this is a TP. They actually want to defend this tower. It's, high enough HP to actually do that. So not much coming out of this Herald spawn. It's still 300 gold, local gold, for taking the Herald, right? So it's still a little bit of a win, but you really want this tower for the second Herald. Now, Penguin, there's an ultimate advantage for the Citus Team Secret. They don't really want to chase too much, though.
Yeah, I think that's a very high risk, very low reward. As Hero tried to steal away a red buff, can't quite do it, so Celebrity will get that one to get himself a little bit more damage, a little bit more healing. And looking at Celebrity, he's been having a fairly good series so far. How do you stack him up in this game? Of course, it's been quiet, 0-1-1, but he's 1.5 items on the Sivir.
Yeah, he needs to show us the late game, because Celebrity is a very strange player. When I started casting the VCS with you in summer 2020 and 2019, remember Celebrity on Loki? He was not good in teamfights. He was inting those teamfights in the positioning, and he got much better over the years, even though he's a very veteran player, and he had very good teamfight performances. I was really pushing for Celebrity to be the best ADC in the league about the midway point of this regular season. I think he deserved that. But then he fell off a little bit again. His laning is still very solid, but his team fighting and his positioning in those team fights, especially in that Gum series, left a lot to be desired. In the first game on the Zeri, he didn't really have the tools to carry the game, you could argue, but he also overstepped a few times into the likes of all the Engage and Lockdown, the Aatrox. So he really needs to show us a good performance if you want to believe in SPTC. They're behind here. They do have some potential in the late game. We talked about their composition being mostly mid-game focused, playmaking focused, and they've kind of failed to do so. So it's really all on Celebrity to carry his team to a 1-1 score, because falling down 0-2 after that devastating loss against Gam, where you should have been up 2-1, might just be the nail in the coffin for their players.
It may well be. This game still has a lot more to give, because despite all of the heroics, all of the outplays, it's only a 2,000 gold difference your way. It is still a close one. Charm not quite landing from Artifact. As I've got to give him some praise. I just want to point something out with Artifact. He has built a Leandres. He built
a good thing or a bad thing? I never know with Ari builds. There's so many opinions out there.
He built damage! He built damage your way!
So we do have the same build again for Hero, as we're focusing on builds again. And this is interesting, because I've seen so many different Aatrox builds now. This is really the first Aatrox in the VCS, at least, I've seen go for this very tanky, very 1v1 focused, honestly, can teamfight well as well, but very auto-attack focused, at least, builds in comparison to Gore Drinker.
Catch onto Artifact. Yeah, he was coming. They were coming to reinforce, and suddenly that's just a 2 for 0. As that's an easy double kill for SE on the top side. They lose their mid tower, but the Baron has been started now.
Okay, Hero is huge. He can really turn this all around. And Per with the engage.
Penguin, very far forward, might just get burst down, taken incredibly low. The Renekton has already fallen. Penguin needs to continue staying alive, but he can't. Hero, he's huge. The wings are out. The sword is swinging. The shots from the Zeri are coming in. It's a quadra kill. And here we go. Penta kill for Eddie. Fan club vindicated. Baron secured. And Team Secret resplendent.
We finally have our first Penta of the season. It took so long. Usually we are the Pentacle League in the world with so many kills, but it took us to Players Round 2 to finally get our first Pentakill, and of course, it's on Zeri. What other champ could it be on? It's our first Zeri Pentakill of this summer split, and it's on Eddie. This really puts a damper on SPTC's chances. They wanted to transition this nice catch on Artifact, finally shutting him down. And getting the Yuumi on top of that into the Baron. This Aatrox just bought so much time, had so much AoE damage, and add Zeri on top of that, even though they actually dealt with the Zeri quite well. If you look at the hook from Palat, he almost killed Eddie with that hook, but look at that AoE. Such a menace from Hero, and Celebrity can't follow up on this hook on Eddie, so Eddie actually gets away with it, and then no one has any means of chasing him down. Hero is a good teammate because he gives the Penta over to Eddie, though he definitely deserved to get a few kills there.
Every day of the week, I'm stealing that Pentakill. Just to be clear.
But now, 10 to 5 in kills, 2 Dragons and the Baron, plus Zeri Yuumi on your team. And Aatrox, honestly, is quite a strong threat as well. SPTC wants another go.
Yeah, they're going to have another crack. Eddie moving in. Dia1 in a lot of trouble, and it's Hero once again being the big front line. There's so much healing coming from this Aatrox with this Divine Sunderer. They get that free kill onto Dia1, and now Team Secret are looking unstoppable.
Okay, Hero has converted me to the Church of Divine Sunderer Aatrox. This is ridiculous. What is going on in these team fights? He's just not taking any damage.
I mean, it is frankly absurd how much healing is done. And I know people are going to look at Eddie, they're going to look at Zeri, he did pick up that pentakill, but Hero has been the MVP so far, at least of this mid-game. It was Artifact in the early game, and now it's transitioned into Hero. This is a player, I mean, the start of this split, we thought nothing of him. We had incredibly low opinions of Hero. But look at him now.
And I think the biggest change for Hero, we've seen this player be a star back in QTV days. Remember that, where he just played Vladimir every single game. His biggest problem has always been champion pool, but not this split. He has actually played so many different champions. One of the only top laners in the world to flex Wukong into the top lane to give his jungler a better matchup, for example. And now the Aatrox, in true Hasmid fashion, after getting clapped by Hasmid, now this Aatrox just looks like SGB, honestly. If you take off any of the nameplates, this could be Hasmid Aatrox or Razor Aatrox. So Hero really stepping up, and they needed another carry. Eddie has always been a really good teamfight positioning ADC with not the greatest laning phase, so you can't rely on him to carry your game early on. You need to buy him space. Now he's 8-0, mostly due to Hero's heroics in the front line. And this is exactly how we want to fight as Team Secret. Give Eddie enough time to scale, give him a late game team fight, protect him, and then he's gonna carry you in terms of damage. But what a performance from Hero.
Absolutely living up to his name. As SE are now well and truly on the back foot. The back foot's not even fair. They've been knocked on their arse your way. As they need to find a way. I don't know if you get back into this game, but they're going to give it a crack. Everything missing. Dia1 getting charmed up. Artifact once again showing how to play the Ahri. Eddie spooled up on the side. Enpa has to dash away, but he's going to continue to get shot down. There's one for Eddie, and everyone else is corralled under the tower. They're going to turn around on to the Zeri, but there's a Mikhail's there, double kill. He's moving in. Is he gonna get another one as the triple kill? No, this one won't be it, but it will. No, not even a quadra. It will be an ace, and it will be Team Secret moving into the base. They're gonna go down to the bot lane. They're gonna do with Hero the destruction of the base. They are gonna move themselves up to 2-0 match point.
And in 27 minutes, roughly, this is just domination in team fights from Team Secret from start to finish. SPTC tried to draft a more proactive draft after so many late-game team compositions where they just tried to team fight against Garm. It worked once, almost worked another time. Today they changed, after losing game 1, they changed their approach to this series, but it didn't work at all, and now they're in dire straits because 0-2 down. The Aatrox is you haven't won against Aatrox. You lost the game on Zeri, and now you lost to a Zeri, first picking Sivir. You lost on Yuumi, and now you lost to Yuumi. What even can you do in draft? This looks almost doomed. SBTC needs a real good comeback here in Game 3 to make this series competitive. One game away from being eliminated for World's contention.
Reverse sweep is on the cards. They'll have to be the cock of the walk. These Roosters need to fly, but we need to take a break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with our analyst desk. Don't go anywhere. This is VCS English, bringing you all the highest levels of action.
Hear the call for on the chosen ones. Far away, but all like one. Come together, we've just begun. Chant till Valhalla comes. Chanting till Valhalla comes. twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, phoenix fly. What you gonna do now? So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, phoenix fly.
This is a requiem for the harlequin, the great pretender crashing down with style. Here's to the fall of man, fame to dust, fortune to sand. The great surrender finally arrived. This is how the requiem loves the Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, or do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it. Rise, deep in your blood, deep in your blood, go and take it.
Welcome back to the VCS English Analyst Test after the extended break and after a pretty insane performance so far from Team Secret over the course of our first two games in just a domineering fashion, bringing themselves to a point of just a commanding 3-0 lead over top of the super big time Chickens, who have yet to really find their footing. Welcome back, Clockwork and Recollect, as I know it's been a hot minute since we really got the kind of recollections on that game, but just do your best. That was an unintended pun. My apologies, Recollect. Actually, you know what? No, I'm unapologetically using that one. Yeah, do your best to recollect what you can about that series, but tell me what happened, because I seem to remember a lot of very quick moving things that led to me having to make a vote that I really didn't want to.
Oh, did you have to specify a specific AD carry getting some points?
Nope,
in the
I
votes?
won't. Not going to say it. Nope.
Nope,
On my
nope,
desk. I'll
nope.
kick you off.
All that needs to be known then is that there is currently a single pentakill leader by the name of Eddie for this split, and I am sure that Clockwork is very pleased about it. In all seriousness, though, going through this sort of match, the big difference here was sort of night and day in terms of the way that this RE pick was piloted. I think Artifact had a much better sort of mobile roaming style, should we say, towards that top side, impacted towards the bot side. But crucially, this Renekton Sejuani never really got itself to do exactly what they wanted to. They had one invade opportunity that went fairly okay, but apart from that, it really didn't find its footing and really snowball the way that they were hoping to on this Aatrox pick. And it created this weird dynamic of the game is slowly but surely dying away, but we don't have any way of forcing anything, so now we're just slowly losing. And credit where credit's due, right? Team Secret played it very, very well. But there was some sort of, I guess, moments where it felt a little bit desperate, to be honest with you, from the side of SE.
Clockwork.
Okay.
Thoughts,
Well,
memories of the series?
Yeah,
this
TSM.
is Yeah, this is so surprising. It looks like Secret is really ready. They came here to play, and this is a massive step up. Again, I said it in game one, even more evident in this game two, where Hero was completely like in the center of every team fight. Eddie at the edge, completely popping off, and they sure adapted. That's what I wanted to see. They adapted um, to this bot lane that was a problem definitely in their series last week, and this time they are crafting their strategy around it. They're putting their attention into it, and definitely they're fixing these issues, and this is all I wanted to see.
And now, I mean, Team Secret has put themselves in a much better position. They're playing significantly better than what they had previously. So I don't know, for SE, what's going worst for them right now? Because it seems like they really are having struggles pretty much across the board. So what is it that you believe needs to be fixed more than anything else at this particular junction?
It's pretty tough, right? Because the most obvious thing that needs to be fixed is the macro decision making. It really sucks. They are never really creating opportunities to get ahead. They usually react to things, and they react incorrectly most of the time too. The problem is that macro isn't something that you can just solve on the flip of a dime. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of understanding of what your core decision tree is, I guess, for every single thing that's going to be run down. So I was hoping that wouldn't be an issue and that they could just skill check and it'd be great, and everyone will underperform, but unfortunately the underperforming came on the other side. So what we need right now is we need DO1 to match up a little bit better into Artifact to actually contest him in any meaningful way at any meaningful point in the game. And to actually have some sort of win condition in one of the other lanes that we can play through. Let's just get some damage, get something that's easy to execute on, and just play it from there. We don't need to be too fancy, we need wins.
Clockwork.
It's really at this moment it seems that SPTC are kind of mentally checked out. So the first thing that I want to see is that they try to come up with some answer, especially for the mid lane. They need something to keep Artifact in check. DO1 is not performing well at all, so they need to shield this mid lane to protect it, just like Team Secret is doing for the bot lane. And again, these like pseudo tanks for Emperor are not working anymore. So don't try to force, like, I don't know. Okay, Renekton is not really a tank here, but he didn't feel like an aggressive pick here. So they need to invert this dynamic that is going on in top lane and put Emperor in a position where he can be the one exacting and commanding a lead over Hero and not the other way around.
Okay, so it sounds like I'm trying to collect everything kind of together here for at least a moment, and it kind of sounds like what we want from SBTC, in honesty, or at least what I'm trying to distill out, is more volatility. Just creating a game that is not standard to play against might be the play here, because at this point, I mean, if they're trying to play a macro game against Team Secret, they're not winning it. It's been very obvious the first two games have gone quite against them when they were trying to make that play specifically happen. And so I'll put this up to a question for both of you, because I know you've both been around long enough to maybe not know this answer. I'm going to give you an option to assign any champion to DO1 and tell me why that champion should be played in this game specifically. I'm going to force Clockwork to go first here.
This is a very tough question because the two safest champions in the meta at the moment, which namely Ari and Lissandra, he already played them and he was not successful. So the options are starting to dwindle here. What's more that he can play? Maybe a Victor. What's safest than Victor? Maybe a Zir still, but you require some attention for the jungle from the jungler. I really don't know. Just put it on some Froggy-esque Seraphine. I don't know, something that really requires very little operational value from him, and just try to put DNK around him and babysit him.
If it was me,
Mm-hmm.
I would have to say two things. The first is if he could play any champion, it would either be a Zillion or an Akali. Akali matches up really well into the pool of sort of what Artifact is wanting to play. So I think that would match pretty well. Zillion also just lets you play through your AD carry, which is obviously your strongest point, right, in Celebrity. On the flip side, if it's champs he can play, I want to see Swain. I think that Swain is something that we are seeing a rise in low-range compositions. Things like this, Lysandra, like the Ari that we saw last game to an extent. These sort of unstable low-range front lines. I think things like this, if you ban away the Azir, or even if you want to play into it, I think Swain is definitely a big option that could be exploited.
All right, and we're going to be jumping into draft here really quickly as they have decided to finally swap sides, as he will now be on red side, which I think bodes well for, setting up something like an Akali, which I think is perhaps my favorite selection that either of you two mentioned, mostly because Enper plays a very mean Akali too, so it's a solid flex pick. But you both missed the most important champion that needs to be brought up. When Dia1 was on GAM, he was a famous Tristana mid player, and if we want volatility, that's how you generate volatility. You throw a Tristana in the mid lane and let it just crack tower plates and crack down on the mid lane matchup as fast as possible, alongside maybe throwing DNK on like Diddley or something like that. Like, that's another answer.
I'll be honest with you. I don't want to see Dia1 Tristana. I think he's gonna find a way to bomb the tower and jump under it. So it's gonna be real rough. So let's not do that one this game.
Dia1 jumping into his 7th death in minute 5 will definitely be a volatile event. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's got 6 kills and he's got 7 deaths. I'm okay with that. That's the kind of VCS that we're looking for at 5 minutes of the game. As we're once again getting the triple ADC ban, all of the early game ADCs. That's Lucian, Draven, Kalista taken away from Celebrity immediately. The Zeri also pulled off the board. That's interesting because Sivir is still available. So SE must have a plan for what happens if Sivir gets taken away with this B1 pick, as Team Secret is up to bat.
On this point, I was about to mention that the Tristana could have been a viable pick for the AD carry position against the Zeri, very effective. Here they also have the Aphelios, which is a great pick for both AD carries. Celebrity particularly proficient on the champion and still hasn't seen any gameplay, so maybe we can see him picked up here. It works very well with a lot of meta supports, like the Yumi or the Lulu or the Renata. Renata also suspiciously absent from all these drafts.
Yeah, I definitely think the angle is you just do Aphelios Renata 1-2, and you feel pretty good about it. But instead, we're going to see Talia come through. So Dia1 instead going to have another option, which is the potential of this coming into fruition. But also, you don't need to be in lane. You could just roam elsewhere. Fantastic. You don't need to participate. But yeah, Talia Pantheon, we could see it one way or the other. Depends on the mid matchup, right? Pantheon jungle is pretty strong. We've seen it pop up from time to time in the LEC, I think. But it's also obviously a relatively viable mid laner if your matchup is good for it. So don't be surprised about the pivot. But being this so early on just seems really dangerous to me.
The Inlock Jarvan, again, as I mentioned before for the Sejuani, not one of the top tier picks, but I think here, like, Jarvan provides a lot of utility and a lot of tools, maybe a secret one to go for these late game team fights, provide these all engaged, and the LeBlanc goes a bit against it, but it shows that Artifact really wants to attack this mid lane and as much as possible, and make sure that if Dia1 tries to roam, he does it with at least 3 deaths on his back.
I don't think it's just about being offensive. I think it's more about being defensive, right? Because LeBlanc distortion is something that can buffer through the Pantheon stun, which makes landing that sort of stun into Unraveled Earth sort of set between this mid jungle so much harder to set up on. So potentially that's the idea there. Obviously, you have to be careful about working around that Unraveled Earth, though, so you don't accidentally stun yourself.
Have either of you played the newer Pantheon with Talia in the bottom lane?
Yep.
Okay, because that was a combination I was kind of hoping for here for a moment. I know it would have been difficult in December because of the spell shield, but goodness gracious, that combination can really, really ruin an early game, and especially with all the ADCs gone that can do that. I was kind of hoping for it, as finally Hero will be on something other than Aatrox. That's a good place to be. We only have a couple of picks remaining. It seems like jungle, mid lane, and AD are decided on both sides. So what gets picked here for SE? Do they go for a top laner, or are they trying to set up Enfer for something big here?
Like, do hope the Emperor finally gets a counter pick for himself, because that's how Team SBDC has worked for the majority of their drafts. So I think now Lulu is open, so that's a very easy pick for SBDC to pair with the Aphelios and then keep a counter pick for our resident Emperor.
Yep, I mean, it's likely Lulu. Then we just see probably Nautilus on the flip side come through for Joao, and if we're being boring, probably then Ornn in the top side, the hero, if they want to not really participate. Which then you just have your pick of the litter. I'm surprised that we're not seeing things like the Fiora come through. It's obviously very, very strong into a lot of the current meta, but that's not tied up. Instead, we see the Nautilus come through the side of SE. They're trying to make sure they have some form of engage themselves with a bit more range than just Pantheon stun. But it does, I guess, give you that top lane counter pick we wanted. Just a bit weird in that support matchup.
That was the literally only more boring option than the Ornn pick was the Nautilus instead of the Lulu, which, of course, a bit disappointing. This leaves some encounter room for Team Secret, the Morgana.
We have seen a Morgana.
We actually have seen a Morgana played by Gam, but it was in the mid lane played by Kati. So now Shuhao tries to import the pick in the support position. This makes it very hard for the Nautilus, for the Pantheon to actually lock down champions that are already slippery, like the Sivir with the Spell Seed and LeBlanc with all her dashes. So Team SPTC will have a very hard time actually pinning down a target.
I think selection of the Morgana, especially for the Black Shield, to help with both the seismic shove and then also jumping in with Pantheon, Gravitum. There's a number of tools that are really good in kind of one-off situations that are protected by Morgana. That like in a team fight, obviously you're not going to be able to block all of them. You're not going to be able to do all that much. But in some circumstances, especially circumstances that could yield just like a kill here, kill there, can be defended by Xuhao if he's positioned correctly across the map. As we see some different kind of adaptations to this game, I feel like SE has taken on a completely different identity from the first game. So talk to me about win conditions for both these teams, and do we see the end of the series in this game?
So the biggest thing to sort of note here is obviously the intention of fighting versus sort of not fighting. The left side, obviously very slippery. You have LeBlanc, Sivir both have their own escape options with the Black Shield on top of that, and Renekton having dashes too. It has a very large disengaged sort of vibe to it. However, the right side, sorry, much more engage focused. You're playing off of your Mega Gnar, playing off your Depth Charge, playing off your Gravitum, Moonlight Vigil, these, as well as obviously the Pantheon Talia. So it's all about whether you can get that swift engage and nuclear option there for SE, or whether Team Secret can play a little bit slower.
I mean, SPTC, what distinguishes their composition at the moment is going global. DNK, DO1 need to absolutely try to impact their side lanes as much as possible in the mid game to make sure that Gnar gets the head and Celebrity is safe enough. If they manage to do this in the 10 to 20 minute range, then their composition will be very scary to deal with.
So who wins? One word, both of you. Pick a team. Who wins?
Fans.
That's not a team.
Secret 3-0.
I think the fans are winning in this one. But yeah, I think I will give it to SE. I have some hopium, but in reality, I can see it going either way.
Reasonable. Yeah, I think this is far and away the most SE type draft where they're at least trying to make some adaptations, trying to make something happen outside of the standard play that we've seen for the most of the series. I think it's a little bit more electrifying, potentially the Pantheon making a bit of a difference for DNK to do something with to begin. But we will have to see whether or not Team Secret can clean up this series in a 3-0, or if we're going to get a longer day and if SE can kind of rise from the ashes. Derek's and Yulwei will be the fine casting pair to be able to help us figure out that question here in this third game.
And figure it out we will, Rebel. We are truly Sherlock Holmes and Watson on this one as we move on into the Rift. Celebrity has gone to this Aphelios, a champion that has done him a lot of good in the past, but your way, is it going to be enough in this game number 3?
He has played a lot of Aphelios, so it's definitely a comfort, which he might need, because, his teamfight positioning has not really been getting better over the course of the series, so going back to his most played, and a champion he has played a lot even before this split, might be the first... Oh, that's a hook on Xuhao. Do they have the damage? Doesn't look like it. This is dangerous.
Ooh, this is very dangerous. Celebrity extremely low. He's ignited. He won't die from it, but my word, he gets close.
Yeah, they forgot about Aphelios having nothing but auto attacks level 1, and even though he got some nice auto attacks, even Sectus Lethal Temper early on, having an ability level 1 is kinda good. So now level 2, oh, Palette disrespected level 2 as well, you might have to flash. Good Q. Very nicely done. That's not the start Aphelios and Celebrity were hoping for. No summoner spells left, only the Flash for Palette and in dire straits down here. They might have to call DNK for early jungle attention, but even that is prevented by this early ward. And now Zuhao is level 2, which means Black Shield, which means almost ungankable. So everything is coming up secret, even this early in Game 3.
Yeah, particularly Pantheon's typical approach to a gank is just so easy to stop by a Morgana. If you don't hit him with Black Shield, if the Black Shield's not on cooldown, you still have the Dark Binding. Pantheon kind of just does have to run in a straight line at you. Celebrity getting winged by a Boomerang Blade, taken even lower.
So what he can do in this lane is Palette baiting out the Black Shield and then flash stun from DNK, maybe, on the other target. If
Feels
you're
like a lot.
able to get that working, oh, that was a close queue. This is super risky for them to go for anyway, because Celebrity is so low. So if Penguin counter ganks, they're doomed. Penguin just walking past DNK. Did they not see each other?
They did. There was the Vision plant, the Scry's Bloom was used. Penguin even gave DNK the thumbs up to be like, yeah, we both know where each other are.
That is very curious, because DNK didn't even contest that Scuttle Crab. Instead, they're just going to trade. Now DNK on the top side. So let's talk a little bit about DNK, Pantheon. We already brought out DNK and Engage champions. Now Pantheon is the quintessential Engage champ, and he's also the playmaking champ. Last game, after seeing the draft, we said, okay, and SPDC needs to be more proactive. They need to look for plays in the early game. They actually need to make stuff happen. Now they picked the Pantheon, and Pantheon worked against Team Secret
Down.
on a very different team. SGB in game 1 stomped them. So here
Heroes
we go.
dashes down. There's the stun coming in. They just need to find the rest of the damage, and that's not going to be hard at all, and that will be a first blood for DNK.
That's a mirror of the game.
The mid lane immediately. Tier 1 has that flash, though.
Yeah, easy escape. Now he's a little bit vulnerable. And we have seen Talia Pantheon attempted by a few teams, not very successfully. It has that potential lockdown and insta-burst that everyone is fantasizing about. Let's see if Dia1 and DNK can make it work in this game. But finally, a first blood to SPDC and a little bit of a sign of life for this team that's down 0-2.
Yeah, and this is just textbook.
There's not much to talk
Comes
about.
out of the bush. Hero already had Slice and Dice on cooldown. Just caught being over-aggressive.
Yeah, importantly, of course, the slice and dice, yeah, as you said, was down, so nothing really for him to do. He did try to flash away, but that was maybe even ill-advised, because I don't think he had any chance of getting out of there with all the follow-up from the side of Enper and DNK. DNK still has his flash, now with a kill over to the Pantheon. He is a powerhouse in the early game, and he might be looking to flash on top of Artifact, because even though Artifact is a LeBlanc, if you flash stun him into knockup from Dia1, you might be able to just burst him down anyway.
It's very possible, and but there's someone else I want to talk about. It is Enper, because Enper, for the majority of the split, particularly when SE was winning, was playing this Gnar. He was playing carries. As we said, he had 40 plus solo kills. That is a ridiculous number in a Worlds qualifying region. Then he pivoted to these tanks. He was playing the Ornn. It just really just looked off suit. I hated it. But he's back on the Gnar your way. What do we think?
Yeah, I'm hopeful. On his Riven, he was not inspiring, and his Gnar is losing so far in CS early on, which is alright into this matchup. Mini Gnar got nerfed a lot, so he has to be very careful with his early HP values. It's alright to fall behind against Renekton in the early game. He enabled the gank as well, so might have sacrificed a few CS to get the lane into position. So far, so good. Enper really needs to step up, because he has been quite muted, subdued in this whole run of the playoffs, and he was one of the main carries, as you pointed out. One of the highest damage percentages of all the league's top laners, and yeah, he needs to be the carry threat. He needs to be the side lane menace. He needs to be able to single out the enemy ADC, as he was able to do even against Style in some of the games. The Akali game, the last one, into Gam, he didn't do much, but at least he was able to find a few mechanical outplays. So all eyes on Enper in this game once again.
In terms of where the teams have their eyes, though, it's the bot lane. As the junglers are once again hovering down there. There's been some vicious trading back and forth. It's currently SE with a significant health lead, and there's a flash forward. The Gravitum doesn't get blocked by the spell shield.
Is it the Q?
Low. Can he get anything more? No, he can't. He will fall. Celebrity incredibly low, and they're just going to try and trade it back. Zhuhao will get that one. Can he get out? No, he can't. 2 for 1 in the bot side.
That's still a very good trade because the kill went over to the support, so you can kind of ignore that. Oh, that's actually a connection. Didn't see that coming. Dia1 able to not die with his flash down. That's very good to see. Dia1 has been struggling very, very hard in this series, so he needs a stable performance. He's 10 CS down. That's all right. That's your jungler is carrying, so just don't die. Just don't snowball the enemy. That was a weird interaction with the spell shield. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. I think 2 spells hit at once, so the spell shield got confused. And yeah, in the end, it's a 2-kill lead for SPTC, and just 1 kill back over to the side of Zhuhao, which is not enough. TS instantly call for the top side objective, though. That's good to see, because SPTC is in no position to contest for the Dragon. As TS, once again in this series, we've seen a lot of teams not being able to trade top against bot objective, something we expect from everyone. So once this is an opportunity for Team Secret to come back immediately and just secure both of the early objectives for themselves.
So my understanding of how Aphelios interacts with the Sivir Spell Shield, and I'm not 100% sure on this, is actually that Gravitum does its effect in 2 stages. It does the damage, which gets blocked, and then it roots, which does not get blocked. So I think Gravitum is actually a hard counter to Sivir Spell Shield. As, bad on the bot side. There's Hero in a lot of trouble. Big heal, but not big enough.
Beautifully done. Very nice juggling. Just don't even have to flash out of there. I mean, they didn't have a flash available. Now SPTC defending on the top side. If they're able to pull this off, Emperor going crazy.
Just going absolutely sicko mode. Does so much damage. Dia1 is there. Gets the knock back. Penguin will go down. Eddie is on a microscopic amount of health. He needs to be so careful. But Artifact is here. Some rocks are thudding into him, though. I don't think they can continue this play as, Dia1's going to live.
Meantime, there's a Chakram Aphelios working on the bot tower. There's only 1 plate remaining against the team that has the Herald. Eddie is still here. Eddie, you need to be insanely careful. Any stray thing hitting you and you're dead, but he's able to remain unscathed. 10 minutes in, 6-2 in kills. SPTC has come to life finally in game 3, and we might be looking. They are not they're not out. They've not given up. They want their chance at going to Worlds. And this is the start of the comeback, potentially. Very nicely done from Dia1. Finds the angle to go in there and instantly shoves Zhuhao out of the fight. Another good Q to get Zhuhao. And Enper was so close to actually killing Eddie. Look at this here. Enper, this last auto attack, just a little bit more oomph and he would have killed Eddie. And that would have been a 3-0 on the top side against nothing. Just defending the tower. So very good defensive play from the side of SPTC. Brings them to an early gold lead. The Dragon is the next thing in my eye, so let's see if they focus on it too. Sorry.
This is something we were talking about in the break, something that we have mixed opinions of, that the VCS does, is it's that break in between the games. Normally, the break's about 10 minutes. That's just enough time for them to go off stage, have something very small to eat, go to the bathroom, get back on. Then they do this 20-minute break, and it resets the mental.
Yeah, and the exact same thing happened in the other series as well, where Team Secret got stomped in 2 games. They got obliterated in Game 2 by Saigon Buffalo. Game 1 was already dominant. Game 2 was barely 22 minutes, not even, I think. And then 20-minute break, and suddenly Secret was much more competitive. They still ended up losing because Shogun was not going to lose any games on that day. But SPTC against Secret could do the same. And the interesting thing, there's another parallel, which is this Pantheon. Really not a DNK champion, but it was very successful at shutting down Team Secret in Game 1. Secret was so scared of the Pantheon after losing to it in Game 1 against SGB that they just banned it for the rest of the series. So if they are able to find this win on the Pantheon, suddenly there's so much more to keep in mind about the pick and bans for Games 4 and 5, because suddenly there's the threat of the Pantheon, and you don't want to lose twice to that.
No, you don't. And, another catch here as Penguin's in trouble. Has Black Shield and a flag and drag to get him to safety. But you can see SE are so much more assertive in this game. They're just not letting anything go without a fight.
Yeah, and looking at this game, I don't understand why they didn't try this on the last game. I was so disappointed with their inactivity in the last game, but they're finally woken up. Maybe they just needed this pause to wake up.
To the top side, Eddie's already used the ultimate. They're moving in onto Enpa. Has the full Nah bar, but the wallet will get spell shielded.
Yes, yeah.
Penguin comes in, lovely Nah, but not good enough. Dia1 is here, but he's in a 3v1, but he reckons he can do it your way because he's got Paulette coming in as backup. Flash forced out of Eddie. Zuhao currently zoning them all off. Lovely stuff out of this Morgana.
It's a win for Secret, but only one kill, and they're losing positioning. They also lost their flash for Eddie, so the next dragon fight is going to be hard. This might actually result in a tower for SPTC, so even though Enper was chased down, he bought so much time and Dia1 reacted so quickly, this could result in an overall game victory, a run of play in favor of SPTC. So does Team Secret have anything to say about this? Because losing another tower would be devastating.
It absolutely would be, but they try and collapse onto DNK, will land the knock-up. They want to try and keep him away from the wall, but Pantheon just puts up the shield and gets on out of there. Oh my word! Celebrity finds the damage, takes them down, but now they're trapped in the Rage Cage against the Boomerang Blade, and it's going to be Artifact and Penguin picking up a kill.
Both of these teams are here to fight. We are back to the pace of Game 1. Game 2 was a little bit of an alteration where we had a very slow early game with no kills really to either side, and then SPTC going out with a whimper really, not really fighting their way back into the game. But here they are, they're looking for plays. This one was a little bit ill-advised, I have to admit. DNK going too far forward, and then
Celebrity didn't even actually have to flash.
Yeah. He had the kill, but he thought he had to flash, and this dooms him into this rage cage. Even DNK dies with him because he didn't follow the first rule of League. Never help.
Yep. Don't save your friends. You're better off leaving them to their fate. But oh well, DNK, he's just too nice a guy. We are now back at remarkably even gold, considering how action-packed this game has been. Only 500 gold, roughly, separating these two teams.
What?
Hit, that Dark Binding kind of hits out of nowhere. Paulette's now in a lot of trouble, has had to burn the stopwatch, and he just goes down. Lovely stuff from Zuhao, really stepping up this game.
Zuhao is here to show the world how easy support is. You can just roll swap over from jungle and decimate all the good VCS supports, apparently.
Apparently you can. Morgana, of course, is a jungle champion, if you're cool, as Enpa will find Artifact in a bush, half health on this Rift Herald. There's income the ultimate. Enpa moving in, bangs them into the wall. The combo is fantastic. Team Secret, more like Team Dead. That's terrible, but so was the play.
It's Enper! He's back! He's finally on his regular season form. They gave him the Gnar finally. So many games on Gnar, he has looked amazing. He didn't get a solo kill this game. He was falling behind in lane, so he's still not quite at his same laning strength. But look at him in team fights, baiting everyone, and Team Secret overcommitting on an almost full rage bar Gnar. That's a cardinal sin, and it gets punished by SE immediately. Now up to almost 4k gold lead. They're going to collect another dragon after this too. But take another look. Enper, he's already on 80%. So you have a very slim timing window, but they definitely can't make it work. And this is just the perfect choke point. Everyone loves to fight in here. Red and white for Celebrity, while he has short range targets to hit over and over again. 11-6 in kills now, 16 minutes in, and SPTC have the first significant lead of the whole series.
And your way, I just said 500 gold lead. Now your way, 5k gold lead. They just added a 0.
Yeah, and Enper is feeling much more confident now. He's completed his call, he's completed his Trinity Force, he's going into that Run Dreams next. Gonna be a big teamfight threat, and the Gnars in this league are actually really good at teamfighting. I know some of our casters really hate Gnar, but after watching all of this season...
You can say Marby, you can say her name.
After watching so much of this season, I think I kind of like VCS now, because all of them are so good at finding those angles into the back line. There is a Morgana to deal with. There's also a lot of movement speed later on in the game you have to consider with Eddie's ultimate scaling up. But still, I watched Enper play 10 games of Na, and I would be confident in him finding another one of those engages.
Yeah, I mean, look, while he's been on these tanks, it's been a bit of the corpse Emperor, but now we're right back to the truly resplendent God Emperor of Mankind up in the top lane on the Na. But honestly, you can look at the entire team and they just seem revitalized. After that break, they come back in, they change up the draft, they get back to what they're good at. Maybe the Pantheon's not the pick, but the early aggression is for DNK. He knows what he's doing. And it's just all working.
Let's talk about DA1, because unfortunately so far in the series, we had to slight him a bit, because yeah, he has had a very, very bad series so far. His Ari game was horrific. His second game was not much better, a non-factor, almost a negative factor for his team. But now, 104, very good defensive plays. I was super impressed with his top lane of awareness and how he played and moved his champion. This is a much better performance from DA1. And if they want to win this game, yes, they need Enper to step up. Yes, they need Celebrity to be better in team fights. On his comfort champion of Aphelios, he's already looking much better. They also need Dia1, their star mid laner. They were supposed to be another MVP performance, another MVP season. That he needs to finally come online in this super team.
Yeah, it's been pretty fantastic as Paulette has found a pick, but they can't convert on it quite yet. DNK going low, DNK going down, Dia1 over the side, but Artifact will be able to answer. They put him in the cage. Onto the front line is Enper as he takes down one. It's actually going to be Aphelios getting the kill. Zoned out. It's a fight on two fronts. And at the moment, it's just going to be that 1-for-1.
It's a little bit later in the game. I think they completely smashed the enemy team. Now it was a little too early. Enper not quite able to get there in time, but they show some of their awareness for flanking positions. And if Dia1 is a second earlier, if Enper is a second earlier, I think the Team Secret just gets wiped. So they have to be very careful playing around these jungle corridors, these choke points, because into this composition, they all love playing in choke points. All of these champions are amazing in close quarters, so just avoid those situations. You'd never want to run into Dia1 zoning, into Palette's CC, Celebrity CC, or Enper's ultimate. Yeah, Dia1 just arrives at the side. He casts his ultimate now, so imagine that's 5 seconds earlier. He comes in and destroys them. Enper also very, very late on his ultimate there because he couldn't stack it up a little bit quicker. So the idea, the concept of the fight is really reassuring to me, even though the result is not the greatest, considering they're ahead already. But it shows they're able to find proactive approaches and they're actually looking for fights, something they were sorely lacking in the last game.
And you said that this game is being decided by choke points. What I'm afraid is that match point might end up being Secret's choke point.
I love you. That was really clean.
No worries,
hopefully not. Artifact, I in the infamous rap, I had the line, finals absentee. He's a finals absentee. He has never made VCS finals. He is known to be much worse in players than he is in regular season. So far, this series has been a redemption arc because he has been amazing. The rest of his team also stepping up huge in game 1 and 2, but they need to keep going. Hero, after those performances on Aatrox, he goes on a different champion for the first time in the series, and the Renekton looks like a handbag. It's not the champion he was hoping for. It's not the performance they were hoping for to close out the series. It's not over. Certainly not. This game looks a little bit doomed if you look at the champions involved, but you never know. SBTC has been known to throw some games away. Just think about 2 days ago, in Game 3 against GAM, they were so close to winning to outscaling, and then GAM found a 5-for-0 team fight. So it's all still possible for Team Secret side.
I mean, just about 20 minutes ago, we saw Top Esports lose with 10k gold lead. Anything is possible in our lovely game of League of Legends your way. That's why we love it so much. Dia1 goes for a little bit of a fish. Comes up empty, though. As SE, they are asserting themselves on this map as they have a Gander down the mid lane. This man on your screen, Eddie, picked up a pentakill in the last game, but he's going to have to do even more on the Sivir. A catch onto Enver might get the party started. Boomerang does land. Can they find the damage? They can. The Nara's gone down. Zhu Hao flashing on forward with the Soul Shackles. Hits a Dark Binding. Lovely stuff out of this Morgana. But Celebrity's coming in and the guns are firing. Hasn't quite found anything yet, but the health bars are looking low your way. In he goes. Gets the stopwatch out of one. There's a kill. There's another. And SC turn it around and pick themselves up a fight.
I can't believe how different both of these teams are playing this game. They are so aggressive, so many fights. We're truly back in VCS. 22 minutes, guess what? 22 kills. SPTC is running away with this game. DR1, so much better. He must have connected his mouse or his monitor. I'm not sure, because it's night and day performance. Maybe he just needed that little bit of refreshment after game 2. So praise the long pause, because SPTC is here to stay. They want to mount the reverse sweep, and Team Secret, they are still 2-1, very likely 2-1 up, and they are still on match point, but it's the doubts are creeping in after this smashing.
It absolutely is. This is where they might go back to some bad mental places, but let's have a look at how they turned this one around.
Yeah, the start is super great. They get down the Mininar, who's so squishy even on a tank item, but they burst him down immediately. Unfortunately, Eddie goes a little too far, and DR1 wins the 1v1 duel against Eddie. Really nicely done. Once again, DR1 is stepping up so much in this fight, and Celebrity on the other side is just so much stronger in close quarters. Sivir against Aphelios is all about how Sivir can navigate all her team members around, because Aphelios, if you just stand toe-to-toe, and if you just go auto-attack for auto-attack, I think Aphelios wins most situations. He also has more range, more things to deal with. Sivir brings more utility to the team and more AoE damage later on, so she really needs to find a way to avoid that just 1v1 matchup in the ADC department. And so far, it's all Celebrity in this game.
It absolutely is. He has bounced back from a not fantastic start to the series, battled through adversity, and he is now in the carry role for his team. More and more items are being completed. Oh, Zhu Hao, he's a bit caught out. You can't black shield a wall as he's trapped behind it on the wrong side. Taken down. Enper picks himself up another.
And it's so funny to me to look at this draft and see SPTC pick the Pantheon that defeated Team Secret and slammed Team Secret in the first series game of playoffs. And then on the other side, they pick Morgana into the SPTC that is so familiar with the Morgana, because they actually beat Gum on Morgana. So
what are you trading this Baron for? Just an outer tower?
They can't really contest the Baron. They've tried so many times to team fight, and it didn't really lead to anything. So Team Secret, this is very akin to how they like to play, just playing, spreading the map, trying to get a little bit here and there, a little bit of extra money.
Teleport though your way.
Yeah.
I don't think that's worth it.
It does seem a little bit desperate, and I think it is, but I don't actually hate it too much. It's a very early Baron. If you can somehow defend with all your wave clear against the Baron onslaught, it should actually give you a little bit more gold from the standing gold you collected and the objective bounties there too. The big problem for them is the upcoming Ocean Soul, and the Baron is gonna persist very ever so slightly into Ocean Soul for 10 seconds roundabout. SPTC will hold on to that buff while also taking the dragon. So Team Secret needs to find a way into the dragon pit, needs to find a way to secure some vision to not just get picked off like they have been for the last 2, 3, even 10 minutes.
Yeah, I still think it's such an interesting decision, but you can see that SE currently only plus 600 gold from the Baron play, which actually means the play post the Baron was in Team Secret's favor, because you get 1500 gold just for killing the Baron itself. Maybe it gets them to a break point that they feel they can fight, because if you actually look at the items right now, it's 3 items for each ADC.
Exactly.
They can fight in the next minute or so. After that, it gets a little tricky.
Yeah, actually looking at the items, completed items are almost similar in all positions, so SPTC just living on those little extra items, completed boots, stopwatches in inventory, and so on. So in terms of raw power, they should be on almost equal terms. Oh, there we go.
Penguin goes in, but the wall comes in at the same time. Perfect timing for DR1. Penguin chunked down incredibly low. Tower will fall. Team Secret, I think, just have to surrender the inhibitor. I think their best bet here is to make it hard to reset. But that's so hard against Baron buff.
40 seconds till the dragon spawns, and DNK is actually rather low. Unfortunately, he is Pantheon. He can ultimate his way back to the dragon if he has to. Team Secret now on the chase. They really want to poke someone down. The artifact... That was almost game losing if he gets caught there, but good reaction
DNK gets
time.
back. He has that Grand Starfall, as you said. Can man drop towards the pit? But this, Yue, should be the fight that locks it up for SE, assuming they can get the job done. With how far ahead they are, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to. There's also no Cataclysm for Penguin. They can't get this lockdown, but the chains land. Paulette has to flash. DNK flies in. Gets on top of Eddie, but can't finish him off. Hero with a big Carl the Meek in the backline. And it's Team Secret figuring it out. They've lost one. Artifact in the backline going low. Celebrity will fall. And that's a disaster. Now it's Dia 1 and Enpa with the world on their shoulders. They've got full health bars. They've got more health than Team Secret. Out comes the wall. He finds Eddie. Eddie has to flash away. Zhuhao goes gold. He'll go down. Never mind. Flashes away. Penguin secreted away in the bush. SE can't quite find him. And that means they can't take the dragon. Zhuhao will go down to the minions. Huge mistake. Artifact has rejoined his team with the teleport. Penguin still has Guardian Angel as they find their way onto Enpa. They change their mind. Go towards DL1. He goes gold. Eddie will fall. And it's these two members of SE desperately trying to keep this one going. Enpa now full rage bar. The Emperor charges forward. And these peasants have no choice but to flee.
We are back to the start of the season, to the start of this split where SBTC was fighting for first place because their solo lanes were amazing. And here we see the old rookie and the shy meme. Everyone dies, but the two solo laners actually carry the fight and they will get this Ocean Soul even after that amazing engage. I still really like the read from Team Secret. They see Paulette, they spot him in this bush and instantly call the trigger. Paulette has to flash away and now the fight is a little bit in disarray for the side of SPTC. Celebrity instantly singled out and Artifact also getting on top of him there. It takes a little while to kill him, but they still get the job done. Unfortunately, all the health bars are too low to really contend with these super strong level 16 solo laners, and especially the Mininar. In the late game, he almost acts as a second ADC if he gets to auto attack, and that's just a little bit too scary. Do we really have to shame Zuhal like this?
I mean, he didn't have a choice.
You could have W'd the minions.
Yeah.
Might have given him some healing there, but he was probably dead anyway. If we look at this, Eddie, he's playing his little heart out, but unfortunately gets chased down by the big bad Gnar. Really nicely played from Dia1 as well. He tries to predict the flash from Artifact. Cute little play. Didn't quite work out for him. But now SPTC on Soul and marching down the top lane. Bot lane inhibitor is already secured. The minions are streaming in. This should be all she wrote for this game.
It should be, but it might not be. Team Secret showing that they can still fight, even from this massive deficit. They have the coordination, they have the chutzpah to keep themselves in this one.
Pinging bot lane, someone needs to go. If it is Sivir, she's gonna clear rather quickly, but she also needs to run back to the top side then in record time. She is a very quick champion, but here we go.
Uniquely suited to that, as Hero will clear out one wave, but DNK, man drops forward, just zones them away, and now Dia1 puts up the wall. Just sectioning them off for now, but they don't need to pull the trigger too much. They will catch out onto Hero. He goes low. He goes down to the Aphelios. Penguin extremely low as well. The Cataclysm used, and the minion wave is already there in the mid lane. There's a big hook into the kill. Zhuhao falls, and SE will push us to a game number 4.
What a comeback performance from SBTC. They actually just slam the Pantheon in the first rotation and it strikes fear into their opponents' hearts. They remember Bean Jay's Pantheon, and DNK actually put so much work in with the help of his two solo laners. Celebrity played much better in this game as well, and it's a deserved 4th game for SBTC. They're not out, they're not down and out yet. It's literally the last chance for them. They can't lose a single game to make Worlds, but maybe it is time for them to shine as they take down the Nexus in 32 minutes, and we have a 4th game.
That we do, and what do you know? Putting Enpa back on carries is the way to go, as SE return to form. And now, Team Secret are faced with a big question. What do we do about the Pantheon? They weren't expecting that. DNK is not a Pantheon player, at least not to this point, but evidently he knows what he's doing on the Spartan. But now we're going to make like the Greeks and have a little break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with the desk. Don't go anywhere.
for a little salvation. Those flags you wave will represent them. The world is watching. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down into history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. So go and bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down into history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive.
Welcome back to the VCS English Analyst Desk, where a new development, gentlemen. We have a series on our hands. Surprisingly, SE has decided to continue playing. Yes, there was a 20-minute break. But we have an opportunity to see these two teams clash a bit longer than I think we're expecting them to. So, how did they do it? What did SBTC change in order to make it happen? Because I know, Recollect, you were on the fence about this one. So, what was it that made you think that SBTC maybe had the stuff in them to make it happen?
So it was one of sort of two things. The first is that they actually drafted it in such a way that it felt like they were going to play a more proactive style. I feel like they've been lacking in that proactivity, despite the fact they did have obviously things like the Sejuani plus Rex in the last game. This time around, that Pantheon Talia with the Gnar, as well as obviously a solid bot matchup, meant that they could be very aggressive. The second is I felt like the level of execution required from Team Secret's composition was very high. You know, whilst they do have a lot of disengaging elements, they don't really have a obvious strength either. They're not particularly great at split pushing, they're not particularly great at poking, they're not particularly great at sieging, they're not particularly great at team fighting. You know, it's a little bit of a odds and sods type sort of composition, and because of that, that can sometimes lead to games being a little bit harder to close out and to perform in. So those factors made me think there was a decent chance, and combine that with some solid execution, and you've got yourself a decent winning opportunity there for SE.
And Clockwork, co-parter. What happened to Team
Co-parter.
Secret this game?
Okay, I want to echo a bit of what Recollect said. They started with this composition that looked for a team fight, like with the Sivir, with the Jarvan. Those are great initial ingredients. But then you round it out with LeBlanc and Renekton. Not exactly the first team fighting solo lanes that you might think about. And indeed, team fights were absolutely a pain point for Team Secret. Nonetheless, I don't want to take anything from SBDC. Finally, they went in a game with decisive execution, a carry for Emperor, and as I mentioned in game one, also Celebrities Aphelios, which should have been an ingredient in these drafts even earlier in the series, in my opinion. Finally, it's out, and now he can show a bit of his lane dominance, and in this game, it proved instrumental. So SBDC finally realizing that they do have the tools to actually take up the challenge against Team Secret.
Okay, so now we walk into this game, and I am almost certain, 100%, that Team Secret is going to want to go back to the red side, because that is how they won their first two games. It was easy enough to make it happen, right? So how do they win on blue side here for SE? Because now they don't get counterpick. Now they can't necessarily set up Emperor in the same exact way that they did previously. Dia 1's going to be in likely a harder matchup. Is that enough for Team Secret to just walk out of this one? Or is there some kind of salvage that could be made to help this team out on the blue side so that they could get into game 5, having challenged SE at this point?
I think that if you're talking about how they're going to win a game on blue side, it's a case of following some of the same things as the last game. Create a non-interactive mid matchup where Dia1 can just vibe and you can sort of play off your jungle. That is something that can still be repeated on the blue side of the rift. Yes, you don't get this red side counter pick, but there are ways of drafting in such a way that you get a neutral matchup and put a carry here for the side of Emperor anyway. This Gnar is something that we can blind to an extent if you have adjusted your ban phase appropriately. So I think that there are some factors that whilst you're not on the red side to get that guaranteed counter pick, you do still have options to explore, should we say, from the blue side. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a very similar aggressive early jungle matchup where you can gank everywhere and safe mid matchup, and that's kind of the vibe I'm expecting them to take throughout the rest of the series.
Now,
You
Clockwork.
have a lot of options.
Yeah.
Yeah, a
Do
lot
you
of
think it's
options to do that.
sufficient? Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Ask me.
I was going to say, do you think it's sufficient to grab lanes like that if you're going to blind pick Gnar on the blue side, if you're going to take something non-interactive in the mid lane, or do they need more on the side of, SE in order to be Team Secret here? You're the Team Secret expert. What do you think?
So definitely, what they absolutely need is to keep Artifact in check and give him a hard time to actually roam and go elsewhere. So, for example, it doesn't matter blue side or red side. You can always take something like Ari and Vi, or Lissandra and Pantheon, or anything, and what is it, Xinjiao, for example. So, as Recollect said, Dia1 can just vibe and still impact the mid lane a lot with almost point and click CC. That said, I do want to see more focus on the bot lane because we have seen that when Eddie is kept unchecked, like he is free to run rampant, he will on the Zeri specifically. So I do want also some attention to the bot lane for Celebrity.
All right. And as we walk into this game, obviously, again, SE thrust to the blue side where they lost their first 2 games. Team Secret back to their comfort of the red side. Double AD ban already thrown up on the board. We'll see if a third one comes through. I know they banned Azir as a result of another game as well. And the Zeri taken off the board for SE alongside the Talia as well as the Wukong, which has been consistent trend through the majority of these games. As once again, Sivir is left available for SE here on the blue side.
Yeah, so the Sivir being open is interesting. I guess it is sort of maybe saying, we have got this Sivir pick that we are happy to take away from you. What are you going to play Team Secret? We need to know. Obviously, there is a lot of AD carry still open. Actually, I think AD carry right now is a role which has probably the most flexibility it's had in a while. Most AD carries are viable. It's just a case of pairing them with the right support sets. And obviously, though, Sivir gives you the most options. So, like seeing that first pick come through, it does mean things like the Yuumi are open, but there aren't a whole lot of reliable Yuumi protectors, except maybe like Ezreal, right? But it seems as though going back to the Jarvan here. So clearly not the biggest issue.
Now, if Eddie is a Chad, he picks Twitch here and goes for a Twitch Yuumi. Of course, Jarvan is already been picked, but so that option is vanishing. But the misfortune shows that Team Secret actually are prepared for this matchup, and they show up with a brand new pick in I was going to disagree with Recollect. Like the variation of AD carries was not so satisfying. There's a lot of Zeri, a lot of Sivir, and little of everything else. But the counter picks available are a lot, like the Draven, like the Twitch, and now the Misfortune showing up. I'm really eager to see what Team Secret can do with the new team fighting. Also AD carry.
This is what you think, but this is actually support MF, and then we pivot this into the classic MF plus literally any AD carry you want, and hope that you don't get Nautilus angled. Oh look, it's a Nautilus angle. Here they come. Now you're just sad. So yeah, no. But yeah, the MF kind of just the idea being that you can play this front to back team comp. It is showing a bit of an identity already, but it also means that you can relatively easily round out the rest of your comp, right? You want things like Lissandra, you want things like Gnar that can play off with this. These are the kind of picks that we're expected to see come through in the next couple of phases, and kind of what we're expected to see banned out for the same reasons.
Just correct you for a second. No one here wants the Lissandra. now that Ari has been being picked, we've already had one of that matchup, and we're fine for the rest of the month. I'm very glad that Silas is actually the pick for Artifact here. It's a champion that does very well in lane, can play aggressively if he wants to, has good side lane presence, and on top of all of that, it allows for a lot of outplay potential. There's so many skills that he can steal, so many outplays he can do, and Artifact is the best player on the best champion for this context.
The other thing that slightly worries me is that whilst I do enjoy the Silas Ari matchup from Silas' side, I think the ulti is fantastic to take away. When you look at the other ults available, nothing yet is screaming out to me as a Silas fantastic ulti. And by that I mean, Sivir ult is acceptable, but you don't really do anything with it. And Vial, you never really want to cast, because if you do, you're not spamming your rotation, getting your passive off, and perma-healing with your W off cooldown. So it's a little bit inefficient in that regard. Silas solo diving can be a little bit dangerous, especially if you do use something like the Vial, which animation locks you. So I'm not massive on it just yet. It does depend, obviously, on what we get rounding out the rest of this composition here for the side of SE. They still have 2 more picks to come through, obviously, in that top and likely that support position as well. So you do still have those options. There's a lot on the table. It could be fantastic to take away, but the real question is, what are you going to round out the rest of your comp with? And it seems like the Sad Mummy is going to be the pick up here for Team Secret.
No, there's a Gnar angle open for SBTC, as you suggest from the backstage, but not only what worries me the Silas, but also there's Irelia that SBTC did not ban, so I don't think they will go for the Gnar here. There's already counter pick available for Team Secret, so they of course will reserve it for Hero. See some Braum here, not really sure what was the line of thought. Yumi's still open, so they could have gone for that pick here.
I'm a bit worried here because I think that SC they get baited here, go for the Gnar, and then it's just the most god tier Sejuani of all time here for Team Secret, because they have triple melees with their comp plus Sejuani as well for permafrost stacking. I'm not sure how the Renekton matchup is. I imagine it's not ideal. It's probably playable but not fantastic. But there are definitely things that you can play into it. However, this Renekton kind of rounds things out as a super hard engaging, like early mid here for the side of SE. But if we get past sort of 20 minutes and the game hasn't ended, I feel like I'm just very sad playing Sivir as I get put into the no-no zone, as Jarvan dunks me and I have to deal with Hellfire raining over the top. So we will see whether or not that ends up happening, but there is the Gnar that we discussed a little bit earlier coming through, and it's taking us back to the early seasons, you know? A little bit of wombo combo potential.
Perhaps
Curse
some of
the
the
sad
most
bullet
disgusting. Yeah. Okay, hold on. You say curse of the sad bullet time. I call it the sarcophagus because there's, shooting, and then also there's a mummy. So that's because I'm from America. But it is a massive wombo combo coming through from the side of Team Secret, and does that bode well for Team Secret, or does it not bode well? Because if SE kind of break open the game and they're able to get off to an early lead, and this composition obviously can be played in a massive team fight, but it means their ultimates have to get this massive value. Otherwise, there's problems. Their team fight just isn't as strong outside of Silas in a consistent fight. So give me your opinions on that specifically. Is this a good setup for Team Secret? Is this what they want with this pure team fighting kind of aesthetic? Or is it good for SE, and who wins this game?
So I think as far as SE are concerned, they're not exactly unhappy about it. They have DL1's Ari that's going to be very hard to actually, lock down with these champions. You've also got Palette's Braum to block some of that bullet time damage. However, when it comes to bandages and bullets in the bot side, they don't really care too much. They'll still be able to get prio pretty easily. They'll be able to do whatever they want in the early mid. I worry about sort of scaling aspects, but to be honest with you, it's going to come down to execution. Both these comps have strengths and weaknesses. The question is whether or not the key members, being those sort of solo laners, are able to find the right angles of opportunity into these backlines.
Who wins? One word, both of you. Real quick.
SE.
Secret!
All right, another split desk. And will we get a Game 5, or will it be a Team Secret win to put them a little bit further into playoffs? Once again, Carrick's and Yulway, and give us the understanding of how this game is going to go and tell us exactly who's going to win. Let's go.
Well, something Rebels taught me is that all I want for Christmas is Yulway, and I've got him here today with me on the desk. Yulway, we've got a very fun team comp coming out of Team Secret, but do you actually think it's any good?
I'm still trying to process what he just said. That was really nice. I appreciate that.
It's also a
No.
joke that he's only funny to production.
But yeah, Team Secret's composition is quite different as well. So they've really tried to come up with different compositions from their heavy defeat to SGB. I hope this is the last time that I bring this up because I've been repeating myself a little too much on that point, but it is important. It is very important to see because it's very impressive as well. I was rewatching all of Secret's games and honestly came to the conclusion that this team is doomed. I looked at the early games against SGB and thought, okay, they are not ready to compete against any of the teams. Yes, SGB might be very impressive, but if you're 5k gold down on average at 15 minutes, it definitely doesn't bode well for you. That is ridiculous. So they have done a lot of work to come up with different picks, and the Silas for Artifact is not really a champion I'd associate with him, but what it did in the drafting phase, on the place it was drafted, was actually kind of block Gnar from Enper. And we talked a lot about Gnar Enper in the last game, and now he went Renekton against instead of Gnar. He had the option of going Gnar, but you never really want to do that into Silas. So maybe that was all they wanted to do here. The bot lane is a whole different enigma we have to kind of figure out over the course of the game. But yeah, focusing mostly on Artifact, who had a quiet game 3 and needs to come back to his form of game 1 and 2. This is now all on his shoulders.
Well, actually, I do want to pull it down to the bot lane because the only champions of the VCS are in the bot lane. It's the two supports. And looking at Palette, he's gone for... He's been on this resurgence, is what I meant to say. I started the sentence wrong. He's been on a resurgence. He had a terrible split a few splits ago, and he's slowly been building himself back up. So it's a decrepit old mummy of Palette up against an Amumu. How do you think he's going?
Well, the Braum is another one of those champions that you don't really associate with this player. I'm sure Palette has played his fair share of Braum. Every support has who has played the game for a few years. It's actually the most played for most long-standing supports. People like Hylissang have most played Braum, so I'm sure Palette has his Braum games, but it's really not a champion you would think of if you think of Palette. You think Yuumi, you think Bard, Rakan, stuff like that, right? So it's a different look. It's very much also counterpick focused. So we saw a lot of counterpick and anticipatory counterpicks in this draft. They're trying to deny this insane combo of Eddie and Zuhao with the curse of the sad bullet time or whatever Rebel was calling it. So
Sarcophagus. I like that one.
Yeah, it's a cool word. But the problem is this kind of deprives him of playmaking potential. So a defensive Palette is not my favorite Palette. Let's see if he can step up in this kind of playstyle as well.
It will be interesting to see if he can manage it. I actually do like seeing Enpa on Renekton as well. It's not actually a champion he's played a huge amount of, as Palette taken very low. Not doing well with his first matchup into... We've been corrected, by the way. It's the Scarcophagus.
Oh.
Because a Scar is a type of gun, and as Rebel said, he's American. I like it less now. But anyway, back into things in the game. I like Enpa on Renekton. I like champions he can play aggressively on, similar to what you were saying about Palette. I like that he has control of that lane.
Well, you say that, but in game 2, where they had everything to set up the Renekton Sejuani, as we have the first game from Penguin,
DR1, time to flash. Yep.
Nicely done. Yeah, they had everything set up to play around Renekton with Renekton Sejuani, and they did nothing. They just let him sit there and lane. This is already more aggression than that game. Can they dive? Another
tower they go. Enpa making it happen. Culls the Meek and takes him down. There will be a teleported artifact arrives. Will burn DNK's flash, and with Penguin reinforcing. Do they want the 2v2? They do not.
No mana on artifact and only level 3. As we have a big clash in the bot lane. That's a stun. And he has no mana. I don't think SE really had to turn back here. Still have Exhaust and Cleanse ready, so a little bit surprised by their reluctance to go for the trade. To be fair, they are down in HP, but the mana bar does not look promising from Eddie.
It doesn't, but they are just playing it safe. As Let's have a look at what happened in the top side. This was a fairly textbook dive.
Yeah, this time they executed much better because they start with Renekton. The last time they tried this with Lysandra, it was a little bit of a problem to get Renekton onto the dive. This time they just start with Renekton, which makes it much easier for Vi to follow up instantly, and this was played perfectly. They did blow 2 flashes, which is not the greatest result, but still a kill over to the Renekton should mean full lane control now to Emper.
It definitely should, if this Renekton with the early pickaxe. So you have to see where, what he can snowball that into. As, DR1 may have stepped a little bit too far forward, but a charm onto Artifact right as DNK arrives. Zhu Hao here to ward off any plays. Penguin lurking as well. Everyone around this mid lane.
With a nicely timed drone, this gives now full priority over to Team Secret on the bot lane river. But Palette is here as well. He needs to be careful. He's only level 3.
Yeah, he needs to be really careful. He puts up the shield, but it's not going to stop him getting stunned up. Has to flash away from the chains.
That could have predicted that flash. Not quite with the most impressive Salas moments at the start of the game, but he has time to scale into it. So we haven't seen him on
He could have
Salas.
predicted that flash, considering he flashed out of range.
Okay, fair enough. Another dive attempt. This is a very squishy Mendinard. This is exactly how we want to play Vi Renekton. Here we go.
And repeat. The hands are clean. We can have dinner now, and the meal is hero.
Perfectly played. We finally see them play around top lane, and now it makes me wonder even more. Why did you not do this in game 2? But it doesn't matter now. We're in game 4. If you can do it now, you can mount the reverse sweep. We are already 1 game in for SPTC. Remember, they were 0-2 down, so this is now all momentum on their side. Almost a 2k gold lead to start this game off.
Yeah, and this is, again, just super textbook. There's nothing hero can do about this.
Hero needed to run away way earlier. They need to invest in some vision to protect him from these dives. He's already falling behind in CS. That's gonna happen inevitably, but you have to stop dying. This is too much gold and too many plates over to SPTC, so you really have to just invest into some pink wards to spot that rotation, make sure Hero can actually just collect a little bit of experience.
Dia once again focused on in the mid lane, had that ult to get out of there this time. Ari post level 6 is just not going to die to Jarvan ganks, if we're being totally honest. Need to see Penguin going elsewhere, but the question is, where does he go? You don't really want to touch the bot lane. I think you just are happy letting that one exist, and I don't know if you can go top.
So I do think bot lane is an option once Eddie and Zhu Hao hit level 6. A little bit of a freeze here. Oh, there we go. And you have so much combo potential.
Going in, there's the make it rain. This is just going to be damage, but Zhu Hao taking a hell of a lot in exchange, as Eddie can't get his damage through Palette, and with a boomerang blade landing, Zhu Hao's just been absolutely beaten black and blue.
Yeah, you can certainly see the value of Braum.
No,
this is where Braum excels.
He's getting
they on hunt.
Spotted. Yeah, he got
early.
He has flag and drag, flashes away, in they go, but the shield is just blocking all this make it rain. They do manage to get the damage regardless. And now with the make it rain coming down, they're making it rain gold on the top side. Hero got a solo kill as well, and it's all Team Secret all around the rift.
It's a 1-for-1 in the top lane as Enper dived him and died to the tower, if I see that correctly, but the bot lane is a complete
Artifact!
disaster. Eddie hit level 6, the turning point, and they had the Braum shield, but it's not protecting you against anything after a while, and it still hit the Braum for a lot of damage after that. It's such a good flash. We see the solo kill in top lane again. This time Enper can't get out of the tower. Ooh, that E doomed him to die. A little unfortunate. He still gets so much out of this. This is still a winning play for Enper. This is exactly what we expect from him. Solo kills after a little bit of early investment. But the bot lane, I need to see that again. That was a disastrous play, and this brings Team Secret right back into the game, plus the first dragon.
Yeah, they are well and truly back into it. Enper still very strong, able to zone Hero away. He has a big CS lead. A lot of components. No Mythic completed yet, of course. It's very early. And
wait, you say that, and then look down in the bot lane.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you make a strong point your way. As forward goes Hero, just wants to use that Gnar to clear the wave. SE will get themselves a Rift Herald. And this game is sort of just slingshotting back and forth, but now we're at an even.
Yeah, now we have a complete power split between those two teams. Insanely accelerated Eddie on the bot side, and Enper being the emperor of the top lane in the top side for SE. SE instantly redeeming their first objective in the top lane, with Enper just providing so much pressure. This should be an easy tower. He might... they can't... They don't have to use the Herald, so that opens up another avenue into the bot lane, maybe. As Celebrity just has to get away. Good
Uses the spell shield. Well done there. They didn't follow it up with the Cataclysm. Don't need to. As they're just going to zone them away, take some tower plates of their own.
And put teleport ready. This is dangerous. Team Secret can't overstep too long.
Yeah, I mean, with Celebrity backing, I don't think they can stop the play super early. They might be able to save the tower, though.
They are pinging for it, so Eddie is in a pretty bad spot. If he gets flash W'd from the Renekton. Yeah, okay. They decide against the play. It's the safer option. They still have the Herald, so they might even get another few platings in the bot lane. It is a big rift in bot lane itemization and gold for the two AD carries. But on the other hand, it's also two very different AD carries. So it's not like Zeri against Sivir, where it's just, okay, we build the same items, we do the same thing in team fights. Elite is really detrimental. Sivir and MF play very differently. So yes, Eddie is super strong. Eddie actually with the on-hit build on MF, we don't see it too often. Higher solo queue win rate build is definitely the other one. But here we go.
Into the cage is the Jarvan as they throw out the bullet time as well. Look at the damage as they just melt away. Artifact joining the fight, seals away the cease and desist. Can he find his way onto DNK? No, not quite. Dia1 lurking on the side, but it's 4v3. I don't know if you can do anything about this one, SE, but they're going to have a crack at it regardless as Emperor is so strong. Takes down Penguin. What can they get done? Chains landing onto Dia. They can't quite follow it up. Team Secret will be forced back. Dia not quite done with it. But I think they will just back off now. SE clapping back. But it's still a good play from Team Secret. And now a bandage lands, and it's round 2 at the OK Corral. And Team Secret have been rounded up and thrown in the slammer.
They take another round. They were fine with the play, but they just engaged on the top side. They forgot about the power of the top side of SE because they've only played in the bot side, and suddenly the Renekton, the Vi, and the Ahri just overwhelmed them. Look at this combo. It's so great. And SPTC tried to prevent this from happening by picking the Braum, but it's just not enough. The combo of those of ADC support and jungle just locks them down in place and buys so much time, so much AoE damage also from Zhu Hao. I would really like to see damage numbers. But here we go, Enper. Remember, he just finished his first item. This is the strongest point in the game for Renekton, and he's wrecking through their health bars. This is the most important part, where they re-engage on Enper, but he's just too tanky, too much healing. And then also the Vi buying so much time, still with the ultimate available to get on top of Eddie. They get the shutdown, 2 kills over to Vi. So now everything that goes on with Renekton and Vi, you have to run away from. Those two champions are too strong right now. Just try to punish bot lane even more, because the kill lead is over to SE again. They also collect a tower. They collected the tower in the top lane and got a few platings out of the bot lane. So that's open for the taking now as well.
And your way, I am so happy. Look at Enper's inventory. That's a serrated Dirk. He's going damage.
Ooh,
Enper knows that he is the God Emperor of the Rift, and he is going to carry his team.
That is some spicy itemization. He might get one shot later. If he gets hit by the combo for Zhu Hao and Eddie and Penguin, then he goes down very quickly too. But on the other hand, he can also just obliterate Eddie in any situation where he gets close to him. So I like this aggressive mindset. He's finally back on some of his regular season form. He needed a lot of games to get back into it, but it might just be in time to save his team.
Yeah, I mean, when everything was at its darkest, they finally let him off the tanks. And that might have been exactly what they had to do, as now it's a 2k gold lead for SE as they equalize the Dragons and they set up for a 5-man play onto the bot side. Make it rain, we'll hold them back for a moment, and Team Secret are just going to dive on the other side. Bullet time, shut down the Renekton. DNK in trouble, has to get over the wall, uses the cease and desist, and then Vault Breaker's out. Paulette jumping over the wall, and now Dia1 arriving. They had a numbers advantage before this play, but Dia1 goes down. Zhu Hao burns to death, but look at Artifact as he's getting those chains whirling. He's slaying King. means he's cooking chickens as the Silas goes absolutely hog wild for 2.
And both of these teams just throwing it back and forth. Now Team Secret with a huge outplay on the defense. We just talked about Enper's build, and there you saw it. He's not the tanky Renekton we've seen so many seasons. If he gets caught by this combo, he dies instantly. That's exactly the case. Eddie gets the kill, and now the fight is almost doomed already. This is the swip swap of his positions, and they just overcommit. Dia1 is so greedy, but he doesn't get the last hit, and everything just falls apart for the side of SPTC. Now Team Secret back in control. And this game is just too much chaos. Both of these teams don't really know what they're doing, but they are struggling for their lives. They need to win this game. Team Secret would go on to the next round and eliminate SPTC, and this is a must-win situation for SPTC. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Your way. SE is the quintessential Vietnamese team. They've always been. They've got the big fan base. The Vietnamese Vietnamese fan base love them. You know why? It's because they'll slather themselves in oil. They'll get down in the mud and they'll have an absolute rumble tumble with anyone that comes to them. And they are pulling Team Secret down into the blood, sweat, and shit.
I'm not sure if it's working because
I didn't say it necessarily would, but that's what they'll do.
Technically, they're 100 gold ahead, so it's still a very even game, and any fight could go either way. Honestly, after those last few minutes, I have no idea whom to favor. They still have an insanely strong top side, but if you shut down Enper, like they were able to do in the last fight, you saw how quickly he can fall as well. He might have to invest into an early GA or something like that to get rid of that threat and actually pose a little bit more of a challenge to the enemy team to overcome. Oh no, oh, okay, DNK. Sniffs it out. He really wants to go there, but he knows he shouldn't. Just that mind and heart definitely at odds there with each other.
Oh, they've reset. Now he goes in and goes, oh, they weren't here. But then Paulette will spot them with the control ward. Good instincts there from SE. Now they might be able to get a
knows those players.
No, never mind.
He played so many years alongside Artifact and Celebrity as well, who's not also on this team, but especially Artifact. Artifact DNK used to be a combo of jungle and mid for such a long time. They were supposed to be friends forever, but unfortunately now they find each other to be foes on the rift.
They do. And oh man, Friends Forever Gaming. I want them back. It's tragedy. They're not friends forever your way. They lied.
It's such a good name.
I love
that
it.
name. Man, those names in 2017, 2018 VCS were goofy. They were goofy.
Oh my. And now the Prowler's Claw has been completed for Enper. They need to find their way back right now because he's not getting stronger in this game. He is going to be made of paper as this one continues. Needs to find some one-shots. Rift Herald will be summoned up. We'll be able to break open this mid lane, which is a good start. But look at who's here. Look at the combo.
The inevitable overgrouping for SPTC. It happens every single mid game. They always do this. The problem is most of the time it's with on, and then it's really bad. In this case, it's okay. They still lose a little bit of pressure and experience on the side lanes. You can see Enper is actually behind on experience after demolishing Hero in lane with all the help from DNK, of course. But still, Hero is actually a higher level now. Enper should still be stronger in the 1v1, I think. But with his build, he's not really built to dominate the 1v1. The Prowler's Claw into a tanky target is not the greatest, but here we go again.
Dia1 lands a charm onto Penguin with the cease and desist as well. Artifact steals one away, can interrupt the play, but I don't think he wants to go for it. He doesn't want to get locked into an animation. Dia1 now challenging forward. Has to flash, does Artifact.
Yeah, and Enper teleported over here, so now Hero with the free tower in the bot lane. This is exactly what happened in the GAM against SPTC matchup as well. It was Kiaya in the side lane in that matchup. Now Hero is just mirroring Kiaya. It's almost the same picture. It's a different champion, but this is exactly what happened there. At 18 minutes, that's in a tower, and so much gold funneled into this Gnar that struggled to even get a single CS for so many minutes. So you artificially made the enemy top laner stronger for just one kill on the other side. Not worth it, but this is very much in line with how SPTC have been playing the whole playoffs. Very, very group focused, always running into mid lane together and slightly overgrouping and forgetting about those side lane CS and experience.
Yeah, and another dragon goes over to Team Secret. They'll move up to 2 as they pick up the first of our dominant dragons. How does SE figure this one out your way? The gold is even, but it doesn't feel like an even game.
Yeah, the really strange thing about this composition and how it fell in the early game is that Sivir is so far behind and Renekton is so far ahead. So they really want to do 2 completely different things. Sivir would just like to stay put in the lane and farm for the next 10 minutes. Renekton would hate that, so they need to figure out a way to incorporate the Sivir into their game plan, which should be Renekton focused, because they invested so much time into actually propping up the Renekton. To let him fall off for free now would be devastating. So I feel like they need to play around the Renekton more and ignore the Sivir, just use her as an engage tool, as a utility tool, and maybe she gets the odd kill here or there, but right now they're a little bit too hesitant to actually pull the trigger, and every minute ticking by makes Renekton a little bit weaker on this build.
Hero getting hunted down. There's that Prowler's Claw getting some action. Cease and desist. And Hero's put in the cells.
That is very nice. They get the tower as well, but they need to react. There's the Baron call on the other side. DR1 is here. They have vision. They know it's happening. Can they stop it?
I don't know if they can. Orb of Deception doesn't get much done. They get a bullet time to burn it down even faster. There it is. But now you have to get out of the pit. A celebrity has arrived. Tier 1 immediately falling. Paulette is in trouble. Put in the cage. And never just arriving too late. Team Secret, they get the Baron. They get 2 kills. And that surely feels like a big blow.
An amazing call for Secret to make in this situation. Hero must be screaming in comms, but hopefully he's not. He actually played it. He had nothing to do. He was dead, but his team reacted instantly, and this is also something Team Secret showed glimpses of in the last game against SGB. Very quick Barons. Sometimes to their detriment, sometimes to sneak the Baron. This time the call was the correct one. They just pushed the enemy strong side into the bot lane. They were too greedy. They knew the Renekton would hunt for another kill. And there it is, the first big objective going over to Team Secret. 2k gold lead. And what can they do with this Baron?
It's a good question your way. I'm sorry about that. I had an emergency in my house. Whew. We're back.
And right now, it's all on Secret's hand. The Secret has the ball in their side of the court. They have the next move if they choose to go for it. SPTC could try to counterplay, could try to counteract some movement from Team Secret. This is something Team Secret is very good at. I'm not so sure about SPTC, so they need to show us that they're able to read the situation, react to Team Secret's movements. And it seems like Secret is playing this Baron push rather slowly. It's only a Baron at 21 minutes, so the pushing power, it is there, but it's not the strongest late game Baron. And DR1, oh!
How is caught out. They're going to go in, lock him down. He actually gets nothing off. Didn't have that the Curse of the Sad Mummy. As they go in, bullet time, finding a whole lot of nothing. Team Secret's combo has completely failed this fight.
Yeah, and SPTC find the engage. This time it's DR1 buying time on the side, and SPTC pulling the trigger on the other half of the fight. Eddie not finding anything, as he said, with his ultimate. They still want to continue the push. Hero has no stacks. This is dangerous. They could be engaged, and Hero is so squishy. We've seen him die so many times already this game. It seems like they've called off the play. So the Baron is just going to be a little bit of nice gold early on in the game. It's not really going to yield any objectives, which is not too uncommon with a 20-minute Baron, but it's still an excellent call, and the game is in Team Secret's control. It's not completely one-sided, though. SPTC certainly has a chance to come back.
They absolutely do. This game feels like it honestly could go either way. I hesitate to even say Team Secret is ahead at this point. But they do have the Baron, of course. It's about the timeout. So they don't really have the Baron. Ignore that. But your way, where do they really take this game? Who is going to strike next?
We do have the next objective on the cards, which is the Ocean Drake. And as we pointed out earlier, basically every single fight, every minute ticking by is bad for SPTC, is top side at least. The bot side is getting stronger, but the top side doesn't really get that much stronger. I mean, the Renekton actually finished a nice tank item, a standalone tank item that's gonna make him resist those one-shots, hopefully. But they want to fight for this dragon. They don't want to give it up, because in 5 minutes, the enemy team's probably a little bit stronger, especially the Silas getting closer to level 16. That's not something you want to deal with. So in that position, SPTCs, and SPTC, weirdly enough, is one of the teams that just tends to give up a lot of the dragons. We've seen so many teams over in the LPL, it's every single one. Over here in VCS, it's almost every single one. We fight for dragon, no matter what's going on. Sometimes it's bad, but in this case, SPTC just gives it up for nothing. Doesn't even get a tower on the other side, a push, or a good reset. It's just a free dragon in the truest sense of the word for Team Secret, now on Soul Point, and that could be the serious deciding moment in 5 minutes.
And the realistic thing here is just that I don't think SE at this point in the game can be second to an objective. I think they have to be Johnny on the spot. They have to be the first to the objective, because if you walk into MF, Jarvan, and Amumu, you don't walk away.
Yeah, that's very true. We have seen actually this demonstrated multiple times in the game. And SPTC, they need flank wards. They want to use Ari Renekton to disrupt this combo. If you let MF just sit there and use her range into ultimate, she's a great champion. The reason she's not that amazing in pro play most of the time is she's not the biggest lane stomper ever, which is the only times really we see her in the meta in pro play, is that she's just so stationary. She has to stun herself to use her best ability. And usually that's not good enough for pro, but so far they've struggled to get him. That's another hero attempt. Hero's mega though.
Yeah, they're going to have a crack at him. He's got a lot of health. There's a wallop on DNK under tower. This has gone horribly. And now with the teleport coming in, Artifact is here. They can try and clean up the croc. He's going to go in onto Hero, but Hero just exits the fight. And now there's a big Silas on the hunt. Enpa should be able to get away, but looks like they're throwing spaghetti at the wall and it's not sticking. Oh, no. Oh, shocker.
Oh, SPTC have completely lost their minds. That was a Meganar. Why are you trying to kill level 16 Meganar? Just defend your base. Give your Sivir at least a little bit of a chance to carry you. That was completely unnecessary, and DNK and Emperor might have just thrown away the last chances of SPTC to make it into Worlds. This is an elimination game, and his Naba is almost full when they start the fight. They dive under tower. It's so doomed from the start. It's a really bad call.
If Enpa's tanking, this goes a lot better.
That's true, but it's still... I don't think Hero dies anyway, and there's a tower still. Enpa could have gotten away, but he fails his E over the wall too, and we have Baron in the picture. It's once again Secret on the Baron.
That's egregiously bad, as he does get cleaned up. In the picture-in-picture, the Glacial Fissure has been used. SE currently just chunked out, but Baron has reset, so Team Secret held off for now.
Okay, not a second Baron over to Secret. That would have been the first step to the last hurrah from SPTC, because they can't really give up another Baron, especially with the dragon spawning. It's paramount that they defend this one. So SPTC, they need to invest more into vision. Look at the enemy jungle. Look at the bot side jungle of the whole map. There's not a single ward from SPTC. They have nothing to teleport to. Enpa's teleport is down, to be fair, because he teleported into the play, so it's not really that important right now. But the whole game, if you look at it holistically, they just fail to establish good vision to try and get on top of Eddie, and he's a monster. Look at his items, 3.5 items now. If he gets to free fire, if he gets to use his ultimate on multiple members, this champion deals about 6,000 damage in 2 seconds, so you really can't afford to let that happen.
Baron getting lower, half health at the moment. DNK is here, can Vault Break over the wall, but Hero's about to go Mega and zone him off. Vault Break is used, Gnar into the wall, he can't even flash. That is Baron secured, and SE are in trouble. There is that bullet time used all entirely onto Enpa, but that's going to work out as Jarvan's doing the rest on the other side. As put him in the cage, and they're going to take him down. Artifact moving forward, a double kill now for Eddie. Can they pick up anything more? Of course they can. Artifact will get that one. And in they go. Team Secret have won the fight. They've picked up the Baron, and they are looking to pick themselves up a losers quarterfinal, semi-final, whatever we're calling this one. Last chance saloon is what I'm calling it, and it is going to be the last chance for SE, absolutely consumed in the fires of Team Secret. The Eye of Sauron turns towards them and vaporizes their hopes for Worlds. Team Secret will lock themselves in for another chance to go over to the United States and represent Vietnam. They'll be facing the loser of GUM versus SGB. A tough nut to crack, whichever one it is, but it'll be Team Secret's chance to do it.
And they do it in the fashion that they've done it all day long. Proactively, assertive, really, really strong calls around the Baron. Just never looking back, always going for the team fights. It's a 29-minute victory after the game looked so close for so long. Team Secret just stamped their authority on this whole series. Yes, they lost game 4-3. It was after the break. There's always a little bit of an asterisk on that particular game because it's a little bit weird after winning 2 games to come back, and they prove that they're not disturbed by this one deficit, by this one loss. What a performance for Secret today. I'm still so surprised after watching their games and looking how absolutely obliterated they got by SGB to see them step up, change their champion picks, change their priorities, and play such a clean late game team fighting style. So nice to see. Team Secret is still in there.
That they are. And frankly, we are left with just 3 very, very exciting and strong teams left in our playoffs. But to break it all down and to reflect on this series, I'm going to give it over to Rebel and the gang. Take it away.
Welcome one more time to the VCS Analyst Desk here for today, because our series is now concluded. Team Secret take the 3-1 over top of SE Esports, or SBTC Esports, my apologies, which is, in my opinion, a kind of sad ending. We had such high hopes of SE walking into the splits, coming into playoffs. Obviously, I think they were more competitive in both their series than maybe their end of the regular season would have started. But one way or another, this felt inevitable. These are the same 3 teams that showed up from spring. And as of today, now Team Secret is just waiting on bated breath to figure out who their opponent is to make it to Worlds.
Indeed, it's heartbreaking if we look at it from SPTC's perspective. But on the other hand, Team Secret finally breaks the bad spell that was around them and end this 7 games losing streak. Now, on a convincing best of 5 win, this should give them a lot of hopes going against Saigon Buffalo, going against GAM Esports. They have showed that they can pick up new things, that they can adapt to fix and patch up their weaknesses in this playoffs run. So whatever opponent they will meet next, I am confident they will be ready for the challenge this time.
Recollect. I'm not sure.
I can also talk
Recollect.
for 25 minutes about
Okay.
Team Secret.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about Team Secret a little bit, we have the opportunity to. I mean, obviously they won a pretty convincing series here, which I think was nice. A lot better than their series against Saigon. It's a question of whether or not Saigon beat this iteration of the team, though, because today was nice. Their series against Saigon, I don't think was quite as. That was definitely the worst I think we've seen them pretty much all split, and we're hoping that they don't repeat that. Maybe GAM versus Saigon will actually give us a little bit better of a clue as to just how good that Saigon played during that series. Because if they end up getting beaten by GAM in like a 3-4 game series, we understand that, maybe that was just a bad series for Secret. But if they come out and, beat GAM, that probably gets a little bit more curious about what's going to happen in our kind of third place match to try to qualify for that Worlds tournament.
I think it'll be a really tough ask though to beat GAM, right? Because whilst Team Secret showed a lot of improvements over the course of this series, I think that a lot of the weaknesses that plagued them over the last series has also come back a little bit in this one too. And I wonder how effective they're going to be at disguising some of those things. Because to be fair, their bot lane really stepped up over the course of this series, right? Team Secret's bot lane actually looked functional, which is something that is not always said. But in this case, they did a really good job, and credit where credit's due, right? I worry whether or not they may suffer in mid matchups when we go sort of further through. And even if you do go international, if you then sort of have some of that competition, it could be a little bit challenging. However, I definitely like this more offensive look. It suits them a lot more than the passive kind of style that we saw at these before, but this is definitely a better look, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. So they've got every chance, if they give it, if they draft the right champions, for sure. So if they're going to go at it, at least go out with a bang.
Clockwork, any opinions on the future prospects for Team Secret coming into I don't know their attempted qualification for Worlds?
Okay, my expectation is that it will be a repeat of spring. So we're again going to see a very tough series against Dragon Buffalo. And in this perspective, this last pick of the misfortune really hypes me up because it means that they are aware of what works and what doesn't for Eddie, and they are actively researching and putting efforts to innovate and try something new. So of course, this will be much, much harder against Team Buffalo, which are the prime mad scientist team in the VCS. But, throwing the gauntlet with this new AD carry pick in this meta specifically says a lot. And I hope that it continues in the next series. If it does, also in other lanes, we know Artifact has a huge champion pool that can also expand. And against Froggy, I mean, that will be a wild series. And I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, and speaking of that series specifically, we could bring up the graphic of the bracket so that we can see that for just a little bit of time because I think it's a pretty neat one. Now that we have first rounds are done, we had Gam and Saigon obviously win. That match gets played a little bit later in this week. It'll be on this channel as usual, VCS English. Follow us on all of our socials. The loser of that match, then later in the week as well, after that series, will then be playing against Team Secret. The winner of that gets to qualify for Worlds. The winner of basically every game this week ends up qualifying for Worlds, just dependent on whether they get that first round bye, go directly into group stage, or whether they have to go through play-ins and just smash any team that's in front of them anyway. If you think LCK4 or LPL4 is challenging to VCS, it's not. One way or another, I guess I'll get one last kind of parting gift from you two as your opinions on the series later this week. Give me a score line of how you think Saigon Buffalo versus GAM is going to end up.
3-2.
3-2 for who?
Well, we'll have to see on that one.
No. You're not slinking out of this one. You got to give a name.
Roses are red. I'm loving this show, so I'm going to choose Saigon Buffalo.
Okay, that's all right.
Tough.
Bold. Clockwork.
Historically, Buffalo has had the hardest time to crack GAM's armor, and it's not even the final. So I expect them to, a bit test the waters. I think it will be a 3-1 for GAM. Saigon Buffalo will still, of course, try their best to win. But if they have some secret weapons, some, deciding picks, some new weird inventions, I bet they will keep them for the finals.
Absolutely, and it would be entertaining to see that. We'll see. One of these teams will be one of those teams will be playing up against Team Secret. Team Secret trying to make that qualification run, kind of overcome what had happened in spring, and be the ones to make that representation for VCS at the next tournament. So, completely exciting stuff that are happening a little bit later on in this week. We're ready for that. As I said, a little bit later on this week, we get to start off GAM versus Saigon Buffalo in that winners final. And then we get further series a little bit later into the week. If you want to know when those are happening and what days those are happening, once again, follow VCS English on socials. You can join the Discord, Twitter, anything that we've got, Facebook, plenty of places that you can follow us. I want to thank you two gents for accompanying me today. Clockwork and Recollect, you guys did amazing, as well as our casters, Carrix and Yulway, two of the longest-standing members of the crew, the two longest-standing members. My apologies of the crew, and Spoods, of course, doing all the graphics, doing all the production stuff, preparing our Silver Scrape song in case we had to go to 5 games instead of anything else. But fortunately, we didn't have to use that today. One way or another, thank you. We are at VCS English. We love having all you. We hope you enjoyed your viewing experience. And a little later this week, get prepared because we have our qualification teams up on the board from the games this week. We'll see you then.